Hello, everybody. So sorry for that earlier. Somebody, I'm assuming my child, ran in here to grab something quickly and ran out, as he is a little boy, so he tends to get spooked by dark-ish rooms. So I assume he ran in here and grabbed something and tripped the cord on his way out, because I had it secured when I left because of one time I didn't, and the power cord fell out, and the stream stopped, just like what happened tonight. So I always make sure that it's tucked and secured, and the only way that it could have popped out was somebody running past the cord and catching it. So it's okay. It happens. I'm just thankful that it wasn't a strike that occurred for something that I was not doing, because I wasn't here to do anything. But Danielle messaged me. I checked my email. I had no email notifications from YouTube, and if they take you down for a strike, you get an instant email. So I figured something had happened. Either the internet glitched out, or just a connectivity issue with OBS. Yeah, basically technical difficulties. So much fun. So yeah, John, I'm not putting anybody down who goes on Sunday, by any means. So I hope you're not taking it as that. I just I've had a lot of conversations with different pastors, my pastor specifically, and he goes to church on Sunday and stuff, and just through various readings and studying and such, the Sabbath was never changed to Sunday. So the commandment that we were given is to observe the Sabbath and keep it holy. So since the Sabbath was not moved to a Sunday, I try to celebrate it from Friday to Saturday as the Bible dictates. And that is all that I'm saying. I'm not putting anybody down for going on a Sunday. Wow, people are hating on Charlie Kirk tonight. Oh, man. People. Yeah. Yeah. The sun went down, the solar panels went out of operation. All right. So, I posted into the Telegram channel two news or two links to Infowars, Alex Jones. In there, they're actually two different videos. One of them is he's interviewing a gentleman who's an emergency manager. You can see him in his jacket. He actually has his incident commander jacket on. So when I saw that, it really, made me excited, because that is what I do. That's what I went to school for. It's what I'm going to school for my master's. But it's super exciting, just for myself, because I always have that doubt, whether if I even know what the hell I'm talking about half the time. So it was just a great affirmation for me to hear it somewhere else, and from somebody in the same career field, not to mention, supported by Alex Jones, because in his other video, it's him talking about everything, and it is pretty much on point with everything I said, with added bonuses to it. Flat out 100%. Just because we won the election does not mean shit. It doesn't. So they yeah, they both commented on a lot of the things that I had stated, and And a lot of... Okay, I'm just gonna sit here and shut the fudge up until they're done. Because you know the minute I start getting back on topic, they're just gonna bust right back in talking. Anyhow, it was awesome to hear the same talking points and told you.
Ironwood, this is flight 2, have you landed clear, Tommy? This is Ironwood,
I don't know what conversation they're having. But yeah, if you have an opportunity, please go onto our Telegram channel and give them a listen. So the gentleman that Alex Jones was interviewing, his overall message is, and I kid you not, 3 things. Get right with God. Don't wait. Don't put it off. Get right with Jesus. Get your house in order. And he said, make a plan. Communicate with your neighbors. Because the odds are of you being able to bug out anywhere, it's not that it's not going to happen. It's just whatever they are planning, there is the potential that you won't be able to get out of your home as it is. So he was suggesting, talk with your neighbors, form some kind of plan to support one another, because you're pretty much all that you're going to have to rely on whenever whatever they're planning actually does happen. And then in the second one, I didn't get to listen to all of it. I had to go out and work. We had more ballot drops happen in Arizona, so we had more people that popped up on the list that needed their ballots fixed, so I had to run out for a couple hours and go door knocking and inform individuals that their ballots were not accepted and to get them cured. So but Alex Jones was going on that and he had the same exact point that I did. You're talking about the deep state. These are people that have spent billions. They have lied. They have cheated. They have stolen. They have murdered people to stay in power. They're not just going to give it up because an election went a different way. It's not going to happen. So whatever they're planning, whether it is something that's going to occur between now and inauguration, whether they are planning on something to completely throw the United States into chaos just immediately after Trump takes office, there's just numerous possibilities. It's great to just, like I said, get some affirmation from other sources, because like I said, I've been in this rabbit hole since Tuesday night, and it really jump started. I saw somebody sent this to me earlier, and I'm really glad that they did. Let me pull it up really, really fast. I don't know if anybody else has noticed that things are slowing down on the cell phone service, everything. So that was one of the things that they did talk about during the Alex Jones podcast was that incident commander. He said the first thing that you're going to see go is the communications, just like we've seen happen in all these other countries. You're going to see the comms go first, and that's basically your first indication that something's about to happen. So if all of a sudden cell phone service goes down or the internet goes down countrywide, it's because whatever is planned is now gonna happen. Yeah, Danielle, they're saying that he's saying that he should be shut down by probably next Wednesday, but he has the Alex Jones network that he wants everybody to start tuning into. And again, it's going InfoWars is going up for sale. So I really hope that either Trump or Elon buys it and keeps Alex on. That's my hope. All right. Where did it go today? Looking for it. I think it was BC. Yeah, somebody had sent it to me. Somebody had done a review of Harris's concession speech and Biden's address, and something like the word fight was used 19 times, and it was just yeah, like I said, it was just so very freaking unusual. The words they were using and how they were using it. Like I said, there was just this whole subliminal tone to the whole damn thing that just, I don't know. It triggered me, not to sound like a leftist, but it did. And it just really got me stuck on this entire possibility that this entire thing was just way too simple. It was way too easy, and yeah. You guys already heard me rant and rave about it. So let me see about getting some stuff on. So we have here a gentleman who decides to stroll through New York with a MAGA hat on. I love getting those stares at the store sometimes. The angry ladies. Angry ladies.
And the rockets red glare, the bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? And the land of the free
están los simpatizantes de Donald Trump.
That he didn't buy Ford. Ford Motor came out and issued a statement saying that was false. Yeah, the Ford spokesman Mark Truby confirmed that it was a false story.
Trump ain't even in the White House yet. The stock market then shot up. Interest rates dropped. Hamas, like, we trying to make peace in the Middle East. Putin and Zelensky, like, what's up, Trump? We on board. We ready to end this. You know we linked up a couple months ago, but let's make it happen now. I mean, what more can you ask for? That's a leader. People respect him all around the world. You ain't gotta like him, but you definitely should respect him. See, it's kind of like your mother. You know how y'all grew up? I don't like my mama telling me what to do, talking to me crazy. Okay, and that's because that person want the best for you and they want you to take shit seriously. A lot of y'all be want somebody to patronize you and treat you like a child. Y'all are grown. Grow up. This is a country and it needs to be ran by people that other people respect. These world leaders need somebody they can respect, not somebody that can bully them or somebody that's just going to let anything happen. We're going to have safer borders, a better economy. We don't have to worry about our daughters going in the bathroom with men. We don't have to worry about men competing in sports. He is trying to protect the integrity of this country. And if you think that all of the things that I just mentioned is okay, something is wrong with you. And you need to take that little Medicare, Medicaid, that free voucher you get, and go get your ass some help.
So I just want to make something very clear here that I know that there's a lot of reports going on that Hamas is trying to call for a ceasefire and everything, but the fact is that they're calling for a ceasefire, but they're calling for a ceasefire on their terms. They're not conceding anything. They're not just throwing their hands up saying, "Oh, yep, we're done. We're good." That's not happening. They are still trying to get what it is that they specifically want. They want Israel out of Gaza. They want no affiliation with Israel in Gaza whatsoever. They want their own government to run Gaza. They want control of the Philadelphia corridor back. So I know that's running around all over the place, and I really, really hunted it down. And no, Hamas is not throwing up the arms. They are just simply stating, yes, we would love a ceasefire, but it's still on our own conditions. So I know everybody's focused on what they call the Trump effect right now. So we see a lot of things happening around the world that is being, that are going into effect because of Trump. You do have world leaders that are stepping up that had kind of strayed from relations with the United States, and they're reaching out to Trump to try to reestablish those relations. Yes, the stock market definitely went up. Crypto went up. Yes, Russia did come out and said, hey, yeah, we're gonna keep trading in the U.S. dollar, 100%, because the Europe has already stated that they're going to rely on the United States for their imports of gas and no longer with Russia, because they know Trump's going to make it easy and affordable for them to do. So that right there, that fucks Russia to no end. So Russia is going to do what they need to do to try to remain above water economically. So we have here that it was leaked to CNN that unelected officials at the Pentagon, they held a top secret meeting on what to do if Donald Trump issues orders that they don't agree with. And some of those orders include using active military to assign in carrying out mass deportations and fire corrupt actors currently in the U.S. government. So we are already seeing the beginning of treason by members of the United States military, when the president issues an order, there is no okay, maybe, or yeah, I don't agree with it. As long as the order is not unlawful. So as it stands, a mass deportation, the individual who did the largest mass deportation in United States history was 11 million people, and that was by Bill Clinton. Okay, so they really don't have any ground to stand on and say that the mass deportation of illegals who came across the border illegally is an unlawful order. So good luck to the Pentagon. I do hope that Trump goes in there and cleans house and removes the traitors from within, because we do have them. They are 100% there.
I am so confused right now. The amount of girls that are coming up on my For You page talking about Trump has been elected president. Oh my gosh. We don't have any rights anymore. My grandma has more rights than I do. What the heck are you talking about? What? I can buy a car. I can buy a home. I can go to school. I can get a job. I can do everything a man can do. I can vote. I can vote. I have the freedom to go onto this wonderful app and speak whatever I feel like. That's my car telling me I need an oil change. Anyways. What rights am I losing? And if the only rights we're talking about are allowing men to come into the bathroom with me and play in women's sports, and the right to kill an unborn child, I'm sorry, you're crazy and kind of demonic. So, if you needed a reason to unfollow me, there it is.
Yeah, it's been really entertaining. I have just so many of these liberal explosion videos that are as entertaining as they are. It's really sad to realize that this is the current mental state of these individuals, and it's just showing a very high level of instability emotionally and mentally in these individuals, especially the chicks who are now going around shaving their heads for this whole 4B movement. It's really dumb, but like I said, the 4B movement is a win-win for everybody. If you haven't heard what the 4B movement is, these women are shaving their heads, and they are going to remain celibate for 4 years until the next election, because they think by being celibate and denying their men sex, or denying the men access to their bodies, as they have said, that it is just punishment for them not standing up for women's rights to their what they believe is women's health care, i.e. being able to murder your unborn baby. They've been convinced that that is health care when it's actually just murder. I've seen the ultrasound videos of when they perform an abortion and the baby is trying to get away from the clamps. I'm sorry. If they think otherwise, that's what they've been taught. And they lack, I'm just gonna say, they lack the intelligence to actually investigate it for themselves. They will just believe anything and everything that's told to them. They just parrot everything in their lives. So they think that denying men the access to their bodies, that they are going to win some kind of war over the next 4 years that will force men to vote in the next election for a female president, because that's what they are requiring, as well as establishing rights to an abortion anywhere in the country up to any specified amount of time. That's what the stupid 4B movement is about. And yeah, and for some reason they're shaving their heads. I heard somewhere that they're doing it because they think they're all going to get thrown into concentration camps, so they just wanted to have shaved heads to begin with. Yes, that I kid you not, I heard that. And it's some move. Yeah, the other side of it was some solidarity movement to shave their heads. So when you're out and about and you see other women with shaved heads, that you know that they are quote unquote part of the 4B movement, which was counteracted by somebody, a female who has a shaved head, who actually doesn't have any hair because she's going through chemo treatments. So she thought that was incredibly insulting for them to be pulling that bullshit. But, you know, it's been an interesting couple days with these individuals. But for me and for everybody else on the right, we see the 4B movement as an absolute win-win scenario. So, one, if any men actually wanted to have X with these individuals, they're spared. Two, they are no longer putting themselves in a position to hormajar themselves around and end up in a situation where they end up pregnant, which leads them into the situation of having to get an abortion. So we have effectively stopped abortion from the left in a sense, if they are no longer having, you know, SMEX. Awesome. Win freaking win. Then if they ever did, you know, want to procreate, they're not going to procreate, and they cannot pass on their liberal ideology to the next generation. Another win. I see absolutely nothing wrong with this 4B movement. I 100% agree with this movement, and I support those women in spirit. That is, I stand in solidarity with all liberal women to not have sex, so that way they do not have abortions and they cannot procreate. I think the 4B movement is an outstanding movement, and we should all support it, and we should all encourage it. Oh, people are funny. So, so what does Kamala do now? I hear, or so yeah. So what does Kamala do now? I hear McDonald's is hiring. That stuff is funny.
So Trump gets elected president. Hamas calls to end the war. Bitcoin shoots to the highest it's ever been. The stock market shoots to the sky in record numbers. And then Vladimir Putin says he's ready for negotiations to end the war in Ukraine. He hasn't even stepped in office yet. But yet, he's racist, and Kamala Harris is ready to do change when she's been there for 4 years with Biden. And this is why I just get annoyed with people that are fake politicians and just go off social media. Oh, let me guess, he's racist. But he used to date black models and dated one publicly. I got it. Got it.
Oh, yeah. It's so simple. It's all lies. But what's great is the amount of people that are waking up and realizing and seeing the bullshit of the left, and they've run out of their playbook is over. It's done. There's everybody is looking at them 100% like, you know, they see the lies, they see the smears, they see the fraud. It's absolute. So Arizona has finally been called for Donald Trump. They still have not caused the Senate or called the Senate race. There's only 87% of the votes reported in Arizona, so we still have some heavy Republican areas that we're waiting for more vote drops to occur. But you have some new, you know, quote unquote news sources like CNN or something like that trying to go ahead and call the race for Gallego. But yeah, that's the current stance for Arizona, at least as far as the Senate, and they finally officially called for Trump. Trump has won the presidential race with a big lead over Kamala at 312 electoral votes. So making sure I update that in the ticker. So, we still have a long way to go, I think, when it comes to waiting on the final results of the Senate race. I heard there are some issues of fraud going on in California regarding 3 congressional seats. So again, just hoping that these lawyers are all over it, really trying to stop them from being able to steal any House seats or at this point the Senate seat, we're 53. Yeah, we're up to 53 on Senate. The majority is 51, so we're fine there. We own the majority, plus JD Vance makes it 54. So if we ever have any rhinos at cross party lines, we still have a few extra votes, just in case in the Senate. I would have preferred 60, but it is what it is. What I find incredibly strange, and it's actually being talked about right now, so I'm curious if the lawyers are going to start getting involved, is that in the 6 or 7 swing states that Trump won outright, they all elected Democrat senators? Question mark. It doesn't seem really right. I mean, I'm not saying that it's that there is fraud or that it's not accurate, but something just seems a little off with that to me. If they're going to vote for Trump and he flips the state red, it does not necessarily mean that Congress and Senate races are going to flip red, but the likelihood is that it's going to lean that way in some of the races. But the fact that every single swing state still voted for a Democrat senator, that seems a little odd. So hopefully they can look into it and get that situated and handled, and maybe they can find out, because I know that we had reports today in Arizona of them actually changing the tally in favor of Gallego, which is fraud. Not to mention that the gentleman, Riker, whatever his name is, that is overseeing the election race, the election commissioner, he's not only overseeing the race for the entire state, he's also overseeing his own race, because he's up for re-election. So he had made a statement, of which was recorded, that he was going to make Kerry's life a living hell. So there's a lot of things that are not sitting well with a lot of folks in Arizona tonight. So we are waiting for the remaining 13% of the ballots to drop in the state, and we just have to hope and pray that they are in favor of Kerry Lake and not that piece of shit Gallego. So this occurred, and this was absolutely, I will agree, this is the most satisfying video to watch. So they very, very quickly, the next day, started to paint over her mural. Unfortunately, copyright any type of songs I don't know. But he's happy. Yep, it's that overall joy that is pretty much everywhere right now. Oh God, this should be interesting.
Making. So I'm scrolling and I see a lot of black women making videos talking down to black men who voted for Trump. And I just have to say, if you voted for Trump and you're a black man, thank you. And I thank you because I know exactly why you voted for Trump. You voted for secure borders so that us women and children can be safe. You voted for a strong economy so that us women and children can be provided for. You voted for our children to not be indoctrinated in this failed public school system. You voted for my right to not have to use the bathroom with a biological man. You also voted for our children not to be drafted into another endless, senseless war that only benefits the military-industrial complex. And also, you voted for the protection of our freedom of speech. The same freedom of speech that these evil, nasty, disgusting women are using to wish death upon you. So as a black woman, I just want to say thank you for voting for Trump. I truly appreciate you, and I'm going to speak life into you. I pray that God continues to protect you and guide you. I pray that he gives you the success that you deserve. I pray that he gives you the strength to lead your family and your communities. And for anyone who wants to say in the comments that I'm a pick-me, baby, I'm already chosen. So what about you? It's Trump 2024. You already know. Thank you.
Oh, love it. There's so many of these. Oh, God, this should be good. Again, depending on if it's actual music, I may have to mute it. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, unfortunately, but we get the gist. A lot of people celebrating, wishing Kamala farewell. Yeah, Danielle. I'm of the same mindset, and there's a lot of people who are of the same mindset as well. We got a long ways to go before January 20th. Anything, and I mean anything, can happen. Oh God, I love these videos.
Donald Trump. There's not going to be a President Donald Trump. That's not going to happen.
Donald Trump will not become president.
He's not going to be president. He is not, Donald Trump is not going to be president of the United States. Take it to the bank. Okay. I guarantee it.
All right, all right.
I think if he becomes the president, he'll make it great, because the States is already great.
I think that man will be president of the United States right about the time that spaceships come down filled with dinosaurs and red capes.
On that note, Tom,
Take it from me. How about that?
Cheers, Tom.
And then, of course, there's Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been saying that he will run for president as a Republican, which is surprising since I just assumed he was running as a joke.
Donald Trump, just last week, he confirmed to the National Review that he is again considering a run in 2016.
Do it. Do it. Look at me. Do it. I will personally write you a campaign check now on behalf of this country, which does not want you to be president, but which badly wants you to run.
So when you stand and deliver that State of the Union address, in no part of your mind or brain can you imagine Donald Trump standing up one day and delivering a State of the Union address?
Well, I can imagine it in a Saturday night skit. I continue to believe Mr. Trump will not be president.
He will never be president of the United States.
And we better be ready for the fact that he might be leading the Republican ticket next.
I know you don't believe that, but I want to go on.
Sorry to laugh.
Okay, here we are. And which Republican candidate has the best chance of winning the general election?
Of the declared ones, right now, Donald Trump.
And so, right now, Mr. Trump, to answer your call for political honesty, I just want to say, you're not going to be president, all right? It's been fun. It's been great. I love you. But come on, buddy. All, let's say, cow poo-poo aside, there is zero chance we'll be seeing you being sworn in on the Capitol steps with your hand on a giant golden Bible.
I'll make a prediction, though, for you, and I don't really get into predictions much, but this one I'll go way out on a limb. Donald Trump will never, ever be president of the United States. That Trump should not be in this race. He's an absurdity. He is a travesty.
Donald Trump will never be elected president of the United States.
Donald Trump is a here today, gone tomorrow candidate for president of the United States. Donald Trump is not going to be president of the United States. Ever respectful of the fact that the people have not voted, he's not going to be president of the United States.
Let's be clear. Donald Trump will lose the election.
I mean, he had a really good chance to be different and really have a chance to change things, but he doesn't do the work. He's lazy.
We talk about him every day, and we continuously bash him.
He's not going to be the president. Don't worry about it.
Exactly.
And we're coming to a point where if you're Hillary Clinton, you're honestly probably starting to think about not just whether you will win, but how big your win will be. And then you say that Donald Trump has the best day in the entire world, completely outperforms expectations, and he wins all of the toss-up states. He wins all 5 of those states, plus that electoral college vote in Maine that he's after. If he wins all of the toss-ups, which would be insane because nobody wins all of the toss-up states, even if Donald Trump did win all of the toss-up states, he would still lose.
To be a wake-up call to the Republican Party. Despite Boris thinking that Donald Trump could win New York, like the presidential race is over.
Could I just cut through? I have one thing to say, one thing only. And that is that this race is over. Tomorrow morning, the money will dry up. The Republicans will start to hide. Trump has no place to go. This race, effectively, as of tonight, is no longer a presidential race. I mean, everything I know about presidential politics, and I've been through 5 of them, I've never seen one like this. This race is over. You might as well accept it. And the question now is, how do you minimize damage? And the only way you can do that, it seems to me, is to try to grab hold of some old conservative value things and do what Mondale did in '84, which was try to save a few people down ballot. But as far as Donald Trump's concerned, it will never, ever, ever happen.
President Obama will go down as perhaps the worst president in the history of the United States! Exclamation point at real Donald Trump. Well, at real Donald Trump, at least I will go down as a president.
So yeah, that is probably one of my favorites, just for the simple fact that they were so wrong, and it was so glorious of a win in 2016, and it was even sweeter this time around, just because it was going to cause the world to implode. It is a phenomenal win. So, oh man, some good stuff here. So, Elon Musk joined President Trump's call with the Ukrainian President Zelensky to discuss ending the war with Russia. So, I'm curious how that call went down. Let's see here.
Get ready with us while we tell you why we're so mad that Kamala didn't get elected president. I just really was excited to see my future daughter get destroyed by men in sports, you know. Would have been a proud mom moment.
I've never ever in my entire life wanted to be a homeowner or like marry someone who wanted to be a homeowner. And so it just sucks now that houses will probably be a little bit more affordable. I just wanted to live in an apartment.
Alright, I'm starting this over again. I was gonna start doing something, and then I heard what they were saying. This is a great spoof video already.
Get ready with us while we tell you why we're so mad that Kamala didn't get elected president. I just really was excited to see my future daughter get destroyed by men in sports, you know. Would have been a proud mom moment.
I've never ever in my entire life wanted to be a homeowner or like marry someone who wanted to be a homeowner. And so it just sucks now that houses will probably be a little bit more affordable. I just wanted to live in an apartment the rest of my life.
I wanted my future son to be able to use a tampon in a men's restroom without being judged. Or just like in general.
It just sucks to me that the border is going to have more restrictions now. I wanted drugs to be more readily available for people who really needed them in their life. I thought it was something that's good for our economy, good for the homeless population.
I was really excited to lose all these boys to World War III. Trying to get out of our hair.
I really wanted my third grader to learn about sexual reassignment surgery and stuff like that. I just don't understand why people wouldn't want their kids to learn about that. It breaks my heart that people want to keep that secret from their kids. Teach them young.
You know, I was excited to keep paying $4 for gas. If you can't afford it, you don't deserve it.
I was really hoping that if Kamala became president, she would take back the abortion rights and put it in the hands of the government rather than the states. I just want my daughter to be able to have that option in case she does get pregnant in high school. I'm sure she'll be sleeping around. So.
You know, there's college. She has to go to college next.
College, yeah. I just want her to be able to have an abortion if she really needs it.
Yeah, like she wouldn't have to lift a finger if it was Kamala.
Exactly.
I was really looking forward to the motivational opportunity that I would get by going on campus to the women's restroom and seeing some male genitals. I would have been so motivated to study.
I know, I would have gotten so excited.
Yeah.
I really just wanted my child to be able to have a transition and make that decision for himself whenever he's young. I don't think that he needs to be 18 to decide what he can and can't do with his body. He's literally knows exactly what he wants to do. If he wants to be a female, then he can do that. And
Trump, quit taking away our rights.
It breaks my heart that people think that they shouldn't be able to do that.
No. I wouldn't rush to Obama's because I'm single and I really wanted to meet a Russian boy. A cute little Russian boy. Or Putin.
Yeah.
You know, Gen Z is actually starting to impress me. They seem to be incredibly level-headed. Thank God. They'll be the logical, rational generation. Yes, it was a spoof video, Hoppin', 100%. Oh, I cannot type today, man. My fingers are going faster than what they should be. Now, this should be interesting.
And tonight I'm also making another promise to protect Americans from government tyranny. As your president, I will never allow the creation of a central bank digital currency. Do you know about that?
Oh, I love this.
You pretend you have the moral high ground, but you put that man's finger on the meat of your butt. That man doesn't believe in climate change.
This woman is not happy she's sitting next to a Trump supporter. Watch how her failure to settle down leaves her regretting her choices.
She has called me names and insulted me just for sitting down in the seat saying that I came here to celebrate today.
Is there going to be a problem?
I would like for him to change seats with someone.
No, I'm going to get somebody. Well, you don't have that right. So I will get somebody to come and talk.
You pretend you have the moral high ground, but you put that man's finger on the nuclear button. That man doesn't believe in climate change. Do you believe in gravity? Did you know gravity is just a theory?
You grab your belongings when you come.
Frightening.
We're gonna have to take you off this plane. We're gonna have to take you off this plane right now. Can you grab your belongings and come with me, please? Yes. Can you grab your belongings and come with me?
I paid for this seat and I'm sitting.
Despite her disruptive nature, she believes she's done no wrong and refuses to leave.
He is in my space.
Oh, she's causing hostility.
One or two people. I need you to grab your belongings and come with me. And escort it off the plane. Transportation, please.
I'm going home. My mother-in-law, his mother, died. He had to be here. I'm going home. There is no way I'm getting off
Not an issue on the plane, and you are going to be a lot of issues right now.
Fine, I'll be quiet. I'll just
You're not going to be allowed to. I'm not going to allow that either.
I'm talking to Captain.
Captain wants to go. Okay. So at this point, the captain wants you off as well. President have to actually grab your belongings.
My husband lost his mother. Have some respect.
And I'm terribly sorry for that, but that does not give you the right to treat people the way you treat you.
What if we trade seats and she quiets down? How would that be?
Apparently at this point, the captain has already been called, and it's no longer...
Here.
Captain doesn't know he's doing what you always say.
Let's try that.
Please ask him again if we settle down, if that can be okay.
Even after the husband's offer to trade seats, it's a little too late for this couple, and the two were swiftly escorted off the plane.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you grab your belongings when you come?
Frightening.
We're going to have to take you off this plane.
That's a fuck around find out moment. You think you have a right to say what it is that you want to people. Now, people need to understand what free speech means. You know, it's not the freedom to bash or berate or insult other people. Okay? Freedom of speech is the ability to stand up to a tyrannical government or a tyrannical leader and say that we're not going to follow you, or we the people don't want you as our leader. That's what free speech actually really is about. It was never meant to give somebody the right to verbally bash somebody else. And people need to understand that there's a big difference. Okay? Now, granted, I like the ability to tell somebody to go F themselves. But I also try to live by the whole concept that it costs nothing to be nice, but it costs you everything when you're an asshole. So, I'm not saying that no, you can't, say what it is that you want to people, but it's not going to go well in your favor in some of these cases, like this lady just found out. By all means, go out, say something to somebody that is, say you want them dead. Like we're seeing a lot of posts, TikTok videos and such of women calling for the death of people. You can get arrested for that shit. So freedom of speech is not exactly anything that you want to say. Freedom of speech just gives you the empowerment to say, no, I'm not going to listen to you, or no, I'm not going to follow you. No, you don't have power over me. That's the whole point of freedom of speech. And people can disagree with me, and that is completely fine. You have that right as freedom of speech. See, it's that ability to disagree. That is really what freedom of speech is to be able to stand up and say what it is about yourself, for yourself. Not to, verbally tear anybody else down. Again, you do have that right to tear somebody down, but it's never gonna go. Again, it's never gonna go over well for an individual when they do that. So just keep that in mind. Well, not you guys. I know none of you guys are like that, but these individuals, the entitlement that they have. The fact is that if he was to do that to her, she'd be calling for him to be thrown off the plane. 100%. So it's the entitlement in the entire concept that they have the rights while we don't, because they're the enlightened ones.
Trump will bring on a recession the second he takes power. You need to understand something. Economic news has not been getting reported the way that it should for the past 3.5 years. We are not okay, and it's about to all be blamed on him. Understand that I support Trump. Yep. I voted for Trump. But things are about to sound very scary. We of the American people have not been hearing true economic news. I'll give you an example. In 2022, we had more banks closed as far as the size of them than what happened in 2008, but it didn't get reported that way. Now, when I say we're heading into a recession, a lot of you will say, well, man, things are already bad. Grocery prices are already high. Rent prices are already high. I get that. That's inflation. Trump's a deflationary president, which is why I would say right now, I would not buy a home. I would not buy a car. I would not buy a boat. I would not buy anything. I would wait. Things are going to sound very scary. They already should sound very scary, but they haven't because the news has not been reporting against Bidenomics. They're going to blame it all on Trump. He'll be able to handle it, but it's going to sound scary for a bit.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 2, 1.
With his deflation, things are going to drop. Home prices are going to drop. Many things are going to drop. We're going to be in a much better scenario. Just understand through that, there's going to be some job loss and some other things that are going to happen. So between now and then, things are going to sound a little bit different. They're going to sound as they should have for the past 3.5 years, and they're going to try to blame it all on him.
Signala, test count. Testing 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Signala, test count. Out. This is Signala, with a test count. Testing 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Signala, with a test count. Out.
He cheated! He cheated! He cheated!
Oh my god. Oh, wow. The instability.
A good friend of mine. She is,
Yeah, I don't know her.
Salsi's a good friend of mine. I love her. She's great. She's an awesome person. She's like a legitimate awesome person. You know, that lady, she served as a congresswoman for 8 years, and the whole time she was against this divide of right versus left. She was always trying to be cool with everybody. She served overseas. She was deployed overseas in a medical unit, man. So she was helping people that got blown up by the war twice. That's where she got that crazy white streak in her hair.
Really?
That all came from the stress of being overseas, working in a medical unit.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that about Tulsa Gabbard, and I really do hope, my vision, my hopeful vision is that at the end of Trump's term, that J.D. Vance will run for presidency and that Tulsa Gabbard will run with him as vice president. I think that would just be a phenomenal ticket to have Vance and Tulsa on. And then once he's done his 8 years, have her freaking take the reins and be president as well. I would vote for her, 100%. So, this is out from Tucker Carlson. What the hell is going on in the U.S. Senate? Hours after Donald Trump wins the most conclusive mandate in 40 years, and yes, the last time anything like this happened was with Reagan. Reagan won almost the entire freaking country. Mitch McConnell engineers a coup against his agenda by calling early leadership elections in the Senate. 2 of the 3 candidates hate Trump and what he ran on. One of them, John Cronin, is an angry liberal whose politics are indistinguishable from Liz Cheney's. The election is Wednesday. It's by secret ballot, and it will determine whether or not the new administration succeeds. Rick Scott of Florida is the only candidate who agrees with Donald Trump. Call your senator and demand a public endorsement of Rick Scott. Don't let McConnell get away with it again. Yeah, I kid you not, man. They're gonna try to stop him. They're gonna try to upend him in any way, shape, or form. If he does manage to get into the White House, provided nothing occurs between now and then, we have to face the possibility that there's gonna be attempts to sabotage his administration and his agenda for the United States because of rhinos. So we'll see. It's just gonna get very interesting. I think it's gonna be very ugly.
WHO did not impose anything on anyone during the COVID-19 pandemic. Not lockdowns, not mask mandates, not vaccine mandates. We don't have the power to do that. We don't want it, and we're not trying to get it. Our job is to support governments with evidence-based guidance, advice, and when needed, supplies to help them protect their people.
Hi, BC. 70 days left. The sabotage has already begun. Oh, yeah. 100%. But between the people in the Pentagon holding those little secret meetings and this crap with McConnell and... it's a joke. The whole damn thing. So this is Trump's granddaughter. This is Don Jr.'s daughter. She's pretty good at golf, man. I will give that to her. So we have, this was earlier today around 4 p.m. Apparently they're there. So again, we are having legitimate protests, but again, these protests are not Soros funded. Okay. The Soros-funded protests that we all saw during Trump's presidency, the Summer of Love, the mostly peaceful protest, that was, organized and orchestrated by Soros and other individuals, part of the cabal. They pay people to go and loot and riot and cause destruction and to make these really, really bad. So the protests that we're actually currently seeing right now, this one is particularly in Seattle. We had some in California and Philadelphia. I think there was one in New York or something like that. These are, I believe, truly legitimate people that are just out protesting because they're pissed. They're upset that their chick lost. They're protesting a Trump administration, which is totally fine. That's their right to do. But these protests, there's nothing more happening other than them standing around and protesting, legitimate protesting.
Atentamente y interactuamos con uno al otro hoy. Sigamos luchando. Será vencido. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. We hear the rhetoric of the lesser evil to justify.
So that's in Seattle. This here is in New York. So her sign, "We Hispanics are the engine and the workforce of the economy of this beautiful and blessed country." And I'm not denying that they don't have a function and a purpose, but I, again, am for legal immigration, not illegal. If you came over here illegally, you need to leave and come back the right way. What gets me is illegals out in mass protesting when they are not citizens of the United States, hence they have no constitutional right to protest. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and get all up in arms and get mad that they are out and doing that. I'm just pointing out the obvious, the irony of the entire thing. Go ahead, protest whatever. You shouldn't have come over here illegally to begin with. If you are truly, truly escaping some kind of persecution, or you're trying to escape the criminal activity in a country, you fear for your life, dictator, leadership, whatever the reasons are, you have a true and legit reason for coming over here. Why didn't you go to a point, a border crossing point, report, give all of your information. We have millions that cross the border and never checked in with Border Patrol at all. And I'm not saying that any of these people are those individuals. They very well could be. They could be people that came across in the middle of the night that are the gotaways. No idea. But there's a process, and it has to be respected in this country if you're going to respect this country at all. And what I have seen, you had individuals that were protesting that were not legals, and they actually were at a ICE detention facility. I think okie dokie. So they were at this ICE detention facility, and they actually yanked down the American flag, and they hoisted whatever country they just, fled from, claiming to be, persecuted, and hoisted that country's flag over American soil. By all purposes and definition, that is an invasion. Anybody who ever invades any other country, what do? You hoist your flag. So I'm sorry, I don't agree with them out protesting, but I'm not also going to cause a big, fuss about it. It's just not okay to be out protesting if you're not a citizen. Ha! This just gave credit to everything I just said.
Socialist! You are a socialist lander! You're not gonna be mayor! He's not gonna be... Close the border! Close the border! Close the border! Close the border! Lander! Lander, you're a socialist! You hate New York! You hate New York! He hates New York City! Brad Lander will not be mayor! Brad Lander will not be mayor!
So what you just witnessed was, this was a gentleman. He is a legal migrant who is a Trump supporter out protesting, which is his constitutionally protected right to do as a citizen of the United States. He is out protesting against the illegals who are protesting in New York City. You can't write this shit. You just can't. Oh, God. Do I have the strength to listen to Joy Reid? All right, let's see if I can stomach it, folks.
Challenge with the idea of how do you interact with people who voted for this, right? If you are an LGBTQ person and someone in your family voted essentially against your rights, or you're a woman, knowing that this man was calling people the B word, J.D. Vance was literally calling Let's
go. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Trying, yeah. Their free ride is over. In New York City, New York has now stopped the funding of their food carts. They are no longer being supplied food or money for food by the state of New York. You are either going to see them leave and go to another state and get on their system to try to get money for food. To try to get money for food. They're gonna go home, or they're gonna turn to crime. That's the only three things that are going to happen. New York is an expensive place to live, so you know, I'm if they're all, you got 20 of them living in a small apartment and everybody's pitching in financially, then they can afford to eat if they are, if they get a job. But again, whatever Trump manages to put into place when he comes into office, I assume that he's going to start massive fining of anybody who employs an illegal. And that is, again, you take away the incentives, the people will leave. And again, I am not against immigration. Not at all. I love immigrants. I love talking to them. I love learning about them, their culture, where they've, come from, what they've experienced. But I'll admit it, overall, I love the freaking food, man. I love their food. All of them. I don't care where they're coming from, whether it's Ethiopia or freaking Peru. The food is fantastic. And I love that. And I love having that difference of culture here. But again, I want people who want to come into the United States and embrace the United States and not exploit it.
Literally calling Kamala Harris the trash and said we're going to take out the trash. I know a lot of black women were incredibly triggered by that. And if you
Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh my God! You see what's going on here? She's actually spinning this shit and turning it around. We're the ones that were called garbage. And now that President Trump says he's going to be taking out the trash as a FU to the comment of us being garbage, now they're spinning it as to trigger people. Oh, wow. It never ceases to amaze me, these individuals, and how their twisted, warped mind can literally take anything and twist it and turn it to fit the agenda, to enforce the narrative in the collective. Okay? In my mind, the left is the Borg. If y'all have ever seen Star Trek, I love Star Trek. Amazing series, all of them. The left is literally the fucking Borg. Excuse my language, but they are. They have no individuality. They all look the same. And they all parrot the exact same freaking talking points. And it is one solid hive mind. And you see what happens to any one of them that steps away or has an individual thought or says something that is not in line with the social agenda of the left. They're outcasted. They're branded. They're smeared. They are just crucified. And yeah, oh my God, I can't. I just can't. They're the Borg.
then meet somebody and they voted for the people who called you trash, or if you're Puerto Rican, and someone voted that way, do you recommend, just from a psychological standpoint, being around them? We got the holidays coming up.
So I love that you asked this question because, there is a push, I think just a societal norm that if somebody is your family, that they are entitled to your time. And I think the answer is absolutely not. So if you are going to a situation where you have family members, where you have close friends who have voted in ways that are against you, like what you said, against your livelihood, and it's completely fine to not be around those people and to tell them why, to say, I have a problem with the way that you voted because it went against my very livelihood and I'm not going to be around you this holiday. I need to take some space for me. And I actually
Oh man. Absolutely nothing about their livelihood is going to change. Seriously, what is Trump going to do? He's going to lower prices, lower gas prices, groceries, lower, make homes affordable again. make cars affordable again. He's going to make the United States energy independent, which lowers, energy costs for everybody, everywhere, whether you're gas, electric, natural gas, all of that's going to come down. He's going to surely, slowly but surely, stop all of the conflicts. That is a hope. Now, I'm not saying 100% he's going to be successful because we just don't know, but I think he's got a good possibility of stopping this stuff. He's going to build back the American spirit. He's going to bring manufacturing back into the United States. He's going to slap tariffs on everybody, which will either, boom our economy and or cause people to, open more manufacturing facilities within the United States, creating more jobs for Americans. Roe v. Wade, that is back with the states where it should be. The majority of things should always be decided by the states. It's how the Constitution is written. The federal government is supposed to be small in scope. Period. The federal government was never meant to be as large as it is. The federal government was designed to stand, for the protection of American citizens, to provide for the American people, to protect our borders and to protect us from outside enemies. That overall is kind of the purpose of the federal government. It was never meant to dictate every facet of our lives. That's why the states, each individual state, has its own constitution written by the people of that state based off of mutually agreed perspectives and wants and desires. That's how the Constitution was created. That's how the United States was designed. So the less federal government we have, the stronger nation we will have. I don't know. I don't know anymore. This is what happens when communism makes its way into the education system. It weakens a country. It destroys it from within. It rots it from within.
I mean, I'm not on anyone's payroll. I'm not beholden to anyone. That's why I'm here telling the truth. I'm not here to gaslight anybody. This is just the truth.
What is the truth?
The truth is this is just an epic disaster. This is a $1 billion disaster. Actually, it was $1.018 billion, I think, right? There were 20 million or $18 million in debt.
Right.
It's incredible. And I raised millions of that. I have friends that I have to be accountable to and to explain what happened because I told them it was a margin of error race. I was promised, Jen O'Malley Dillon promised all of us that Harris would win. She even put videos out saying that Harris would win. I believed her. My donors believed her. And so they wrote massive checks. I feel like a lot of us were misled. And even on the night of election night, Will, I looked somebody in the eye and I said, are we going to do this? Are we going to pull it off? She told me yes. And I asked somebody else, like, how are you feeling? He's like, we're going to win Iowa. And I was like, what?
Do you think, did they believe this going in? Was there a real sense of false confidence on the side of Kamala Harris? Or did they know they were in store for disaster?
I was wondering about that. I was like, I asked them, are you privy to internal numbers that I am not seeing? Because I study this so carefully, and I just wasn't seeing any basis for that level of confidence. And I also want to remind our viewers that, the Trump campaign was touting all of these incredible empirical data weeks before election night. What Harris is touting was the door knocking. She didn't say anything really about early voting. Now I know it's because there was nothing much to say.
I asked you.
Damn, facts are facts. So again, I'm gonna play another one of these videos about the Trump effect, but remember, Hamas is not throwing their hands up saying we surrender. They are calling for a ceasefire, but they are calling for a ceasefire on their terms only. Oh, Tryon, it's down to 42 monkeys. They were able to capture one today.
Donald Trump's not even president yet. Have you seen what's happened in the last 48 hours? The misogynist appoints the first ever woman to be chief of staff. The Taliban announced they want peace with America and to be taken off the terrorist list. Putin came out and said that Western civilization is not an enemy. Mexico has started securing the border in, of course, response to tariff threats. Saudi Arabia is kicking out all of their Hamas leaders. New York is cleaning up their illegal migrant crisis. Xi Jinping came out and said he wants to peacefully coexist with China and said that they respect American people. The European Union chief finally came out and said, hey, America, can we start buying LNG from you so they stop buying from Russian gas? Putin says he takes Donald Trump's plan to end the war with Ukraine very seriously, and Russia supports it. The Houthis are stepping back. The Hamas called for an immediate end to war. He's calling for term limits in from Congress so that way people like Nancy Pelosi stop being forever members. Stock markets and crypto hit all-time highs. He sent Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton into depression. Because of all of this amazing news, white, liberal, ugly women are now refusing to have sex with men. America is in fact being made great again.
Yeah, it is. It is all the way around. So Donald Trump did issue this statement today officially. I will not be inviting former Ambassador Nikki Haley or former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo to join the Trump administration, which is currently in formation. I very much enjoyed and appreciated working with them previously and would like to thank them for their service to our country. Make America great again. This is yet another wonderful, excellent decision by Trump. Pompeo is a snake that can't be trusted, and he should not be allowed in the administration, and I'm thankful that Trump has made that decision not to allow him to come back in. Nikki Haley, she kind of ran her mouth, so she kind of dug her own grave on this one. She did come out during the campaign cycle, and she did get up there and campaign for Trump. But what she did was she got up there and she basically established herself as neutral and Sweden. And I'm not saying that she didn't have an effect on the campaign, but she didn't really do much to help. She may have swayed some people that are, Nikki Haley fans, but other than that, she really doesn't have a purpose in this upcoming Trump administration. This Trump administration coming up is what his first administration should have been. Now, to Trump's fault, and by no fault of his own, but to his fault, he was new into politics, and he trusted the wrong people in his first administration. And he got steamrolled a couple times. He got backstabbed quite a few times. So, his first administration, even though it did make a lot of people's lives better, I was able to afford my home because of the Trump administration. Prior to, I was able to buy right before. Actually, my house closed a week after COVID started. It was supposed to have been closed a week prior, but COVID did hit and everything got delayed a week because everybody was freaking out about the COVID protocols and, do we wear a mask around people and do we stay within vicinity of people, because nobody knew what the hell was going on with it. So my house got delayed by a week because of COVID. So I closed in 2020 on my house. So it was just a short time before the election. So thank God. But overall, his first administration did not accomplish as much as it should have. So this administration has to, and I mean it has got to roll over DC. It has got to literally drain the swamp this time because it didn't last time. He's got to remove everybody, and I mean everybody, from DC that is causing the government to rot, to fester. They have to. And that includes our military too. Get everybody out that was in support of the Biden agenda. Get them all out. put the people back into the military who refuse the COVID shots, because those are the people that you want to have in service. They have a lot to do, and they need strong, intelligent, capable people in his administration that are going to do the job and do it right this time. So this is out from Donald Trump too. I am very surprised that the Democrats, who fought a hard and valiant fight in 2020 presidential election, raising a record amount of money, don't have lots of money left over. Now they are being squeezed by vendors and others. Whatever we can do to help them during this difficult period, I would strongly recommend we as a party, and for the sake of desperately needed unity, do. We have a lot of money left over in our biggest asset in the as our biggest asset in the campaign, and it was I'm sorry, I'm reading this all wrong. We have a lot of money left over in that our biggest asset in the campaign was earned media, and that doesn't cost very much. Make America great again. So what Donald Trump is proposing here is that the RNC actually reach across and offer to pay the tab left over by the Democrats because they overspent, which is absolutely no fucking surprise. But Kamala's concert venues and all of that bullshit that she did with all of these big name stars, she ran up a $20 million tab that she can't pay. She's broke. She's $20 million in debt. So he is offering to pay the vendors and other people, and I've seen a lot of people going off today saying, no, fuck them, they don't deserve it, screw them, blah, blah, blah. I actually am in agreement with Donald Trump on this one, for the simple fact that you have individuals that, you people who worked these venues, whether they worked at the arena or the conference or the convention center, wherever it was, you have individuals that are assigned to work there regardless of the events that are going on. They could have all been Trump supporters, but because it's their job, they had to work the Kamala event. These vendors, they could be vendors that are associated with the convention centers or the arenas, and they could be Trump supporters again, but they had to work because that's their livelihood. That's how they make their money. So if Kamala cannot pay these individuals who could all very well be Trump supporters, these people are going to go without a paycheck. That is undue suffering by these individuals because, yet again, the Democrats, Kamala, are incapable of balancing their own budget. And this was a campaign that raised $1 billion between taking the war chest from Biden that he had raised, plus the additional money that was donated to her campaign. Out of $1 billion, they are $20 million in the hole. These people do not need to suffer because they lack the ability to fucking run a budget. So in this sense, I agree with Donald Trump. I think that is a great show of solidarity to try to unify the country. I know it will not be received that way by the left at all. But again, it is what it is. So we have here anti-Trump protesters that gathered outside of Amazon headquarters, the Amazon headquarters spheres, vowing to defeat President-elect Donald Trump's fascist America.
We have one united enemy, and that is U.S. empire. Even as a second Donald Trump presidency is oncoming, even though it is a nightmare for the impending fascism that will come down on our communities, no fascist takeover changes the fact that the people are the ones that will bring real change.
Today we heard from many folks fighting for our education, fighting for the rights of migrants, for the rights of women, fighting for Palestine. for genuine change. So I encourage each and every one of you here to find your reason. Find your reason to fight. Talk to your communities. Talk to your coworkers, your classmates, your families, your friends. Let's fight.
Is it just me, or does anybody else want to run through one of these protests wearing a MAGA hat just because it would be freaking incredible to trigger so many people in one act? Or is that just my malicious side coming out? So we got this, I guess either her name is Karen or she's being referred to as a Karen, decided to tattoo herself with BLM because nothing says fuck you quite like a lifetime commitment to stupidity and yeah.
Blue bracelet for what? We do this shit for real.
So she got the BLM solidarity thing on her wrist like a moron. But, you know, that's the left. What can you do? You gotta love them, you gotta pray for them, right? So Trump says he wants to help rebuild the city he loves in cordial call with governor. And yeah, they did have a very cordial call today. We'll see. Oh, interesting.
Money to fraudulently help hundreds of Afghans who were trying to enter the U.S.
The government contractor was taken into custody in an early morning operation. Our chief investigative reporter Lynn Kawano explains his role in the alleged scheme.
Altogether, 3 men were arrested in this case, the Hawaii man and 2 originally from Afghanistan.
Marty Anthony Mueller was arrested about 3 a.m. Monday at the Daniel K. Inouye International Airport. He had just arrived on a flight from the Marshall Islands where he worked as a contractor. Agents with the State Department's Diplomatic Security Service escorted him to a waiting vehicle before taking him to the Federal Detention Center. Mueller, a U.S. citizen, was the only one picked up in Hawaii. 2 other men, one a green card recipient in Virginia, the other a naturalized citizen in California, were picked up at the same time. The 3 are accused of falsifying documents, wire fraud, and conspiracy for allegedly trying to help hundreds of Afghans improperly obtain visas through a special program.
The Afghan Special Immigration Visa Program was designed to protect those who risked their lives in support of the U.S. efforts. However, fraud in this program poses a significant national security threat that we can't afford to ignore.
We have to be careful about who we let in. You want to let in people who actually faithfully provided good service and good information to the United States government. You don't want to let in anyone else, and certainly people that we don't know who they are and who their loyalties lie to.
According to the criminal complaint, Mueller, a U.S. contractor who once worked in Afghanistan, was writing letters of recommendation to help Afghans obtain visas through the Special Immigrant Visa Program. Over the last 6 years, he allegedly wrote 368 letters. The court filing says at least 208 appear to be fraudulent. He claimed he supervised each person and knew them, but the feds say he was getting paid for the writings, several $100s for each.
Letters that were sent with the intention of defrauding the U.S. government to bring these people in. We're just not sure how many are in this country or what threat they may pose.
Not all of them got through the process. They got caught before the process was finalized because it is multiple steps.
The SIV program has been scrutinized recently. Earlier this month, an Afghan national who was approved for the visa was arrested in Oklahoma. He was allegedly plotting an election day attack on behalf of ISIS. Mueller and the co-defendants are not connected to the Oklahoma case. The only common detail, the SIV process was used.
A preliminary hearing is set for November 12th. I'm Lynn.
Wow. Just wow. Gotta give it a minute to load, folks. Not every video plays exactly the way I would like it to play, but
gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. God bless America. Trumpet bands back in 2024. All right, we'll let the celebrations commence. Hell yeah!
Love it. Where there's a black marker, black spray.
so yeah, this is out of Nevada. They were throwing a big election day party. What the hell is this? I have no idea what this is.
Everybody's got the right.
Wow. Okay, so this is some kind of play or whatever that is advocating for the death of President-elect. So it says at the top there, hit a prez, win a prize. And this apparently was a play in Texas. So this is coming out. Officials are Trump-proofing states before he even takes office. California has been actively Trump-proofing itself, with state officials preparing legal defenses and new policies to block Trump's anticipated federal actions. New York is rolling out its Empire State Freedom Initiative, preemptively stacking legal defenses against policies that aren't even announced yet. Federal judges remain a critical line of defense, with courts expected to become battlegrounds over state and federal power. So just keep this in mind that when Trump gets into office, he has the responsibility of appointing 300, because that's who's up right now, 300 federal judges across the United States. So, from my understanding, is that he did a pretty okay job selecting the federal judges last time he was in, but from my understanding, this time that he is being presented with judges that are staunch constitutionalists, which is outstanding to have 300 of them across the United States. A lot of shit is going to get stopped. And I anticipate a lot of things are also going to get overturned. So He's got a lot of work to do, and in my mind, just not enough time to do it. And what we need is a solid Congress and a solid Senate that is in support of his agenda to just let this just roll. Let it steamroll the entire country. Let them fix everything that has been broken. So we have here that the states that Harris won versus ID requirements. So you'll see the photograph here. This is literally every state that does not require identification is a state she won. Isn't that just so bizarre? Arizona requires an identification. So bizarre that every state with no ID is what she supposedly won. So the California Air Resources Board, which is also known as CARB, voted 12-2 to tighten fuel standards, which will now cause gas prices to raise at as much as 65 cents per gallon. So with California already at $4.14 a gallon versus the $3.09 national average, Republicans call it a direct assault on working folks. CARB defends it as a climate win, promising electric vehicle perks and cleaner air. Meanwhile, opponents say CARB's agenda will cost Californians at the pump again. So Iran is denying any involvement in Trump's assassination plot, according to Iran's foreign ministry. They dismissed the Department of Justice's report claiming Iran's plot to assassinate President-elect Donald Trump. The report filed in a New York federal court alleges that Farhad Shakiri, directed by an official from Iran's Revolutionary Guards, was ordered to surveil and ultimately assassinate Trump. Tehran calls the accusation baseless, claiming it's a malicious conspiracy aimed at heightening U.S.-Iran tensions.
I lost my son, essentially. So, you know, they call it dead naming for a reason.
Yeah,
All right, so the reason it's called dead naming is because your son is dead. So my son Xavier is dead. Killed by the woke mind virus.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what that would be like.
Yeah. So,
yeah, and there's lots of people in that situation now.
Right.
It's not pretty, and lots of demolished kids.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's a good reason to be the final straw. All right, so let's.
So I vowed to destroy the woke mind virus after that. And we're making some progress.
Join the club.
Yeah.
So now you know the reason why Elon joined with Donald Trump. Why he risked everything. He risked his entire fortune. He risked his companies. He risked thousands of jobs to go after this because the left took his son away from him. They indoctrinated his son, and now his son believes he's a girl. So you come for the kids. It's when that's when people draw the line, and I can't wait to see the United States cleansed of all of this. So again, copyright, gotta be careful. But this is oil fields with all of the workers totally excited and celebrating the Trump win.
I mean, we're going to have to call animal control. Malnourishment and starving animals is not allowed. I mean, this cat, even though it's only a year and a half old, is starving. I mean, clear signs of malnourishment. I mean, giant fat.
That's Alex Jones. Just a funny little video here. Okay, so this is Kim Clement. He had a prophecy or premonition or whatever you want to call it about President Trump. So this was 17 years ago when Kim Clement prophesied about Trump. So we'll give this a listen.
The man that I have raised up, pray, for the enemy will do everything in his power to put a witch in the White House. For Jezebel has chased away the prophets and even Elijah. Now I have said, go back, for this shall be dismantled, so that there will be no more corruption in the White House, says the Spirit. Trump shall become a trumpet, says the Lord. No, you didn't hear me. Trump shall become a trumpet. Are you listening to me? I will raise up the Trump to become a trumpet. He will be a praying president, not a religious one. But I will fool the people, says the Lord. I will fool the people. Yes, I will. God says, the one that is chosen shall go in, and they shall say, he has hot blood. For the Spirit of God says, yes, he may have hot blood, but he will bring the walls of protection on this country in a greater way, and the economy of this country shall change rapidly, says the Lord of hosts. Listen to the word of the Lord. God says, I will put at your helm for 2 terms a president that will pray, but he will not be a praying president when he starts. I will put him in office, and then I will baptize him with the Holy Spirit and my power, says the Lord.
I'll have to look into that one a little bit more. That's kind of interesting. That's definitely kind of interesting.
And I'm a big believer in immigration, but to have unvetted immigration at large scale is a recipe for disaster. So I'm in favor of greatly expediting legal immigration, but having a secure southern border, so there's some vetting of who comes into the United States. I think this is just sensible.
So we got here, this is almost 3 minutes long. This is Robert Kennedy Jr. Discussing the coming changes to the public health agencies on day 1 of Trump's administration.
What is your plan to make this work once this election is over with?
What I try to do, and what Callie has tried to do, is not talk about anything that we have to push through Congress. Because anybody who tells you that they are going to change a law that requires congressional approval is, let me say, they're being over-optimistic. And I, during my campaign, have never made that promise. I've said, if you've got to go to Congress, I can tell you what I'd like to do. I can't make any promises. What we have figured out, and what both of us have spent a lifetime between us studying, is how to change things through executive order, through policy changes, and through regulatory changes, and personnel changes. And many of the laws are on the books that already require good behavior. It's just that they're being skirted through agency capture. So we're going to change the personnel at the agencies. We're gonna fire on day 1, or if you can't fire them, we can ship them to a new HHS headquarters in Guam. Every nutritional scientist at FDA, because all of them are corrupt. And all of them are complicit in the poisoning of our children. NIH has a $42 billion budget. and just for scientific research. And it distributes that budget among 56,000 scientists at universities, mainly across the United States. And those scientists have been working on new drugs to treat chronic disease that can be turned into weaponized by the pharmaceutical industry to serve their profit ambitions. And we're going to go in at day one, and we're going to change the focus of this agency, and we're going to find out what is causing the chronic disease epidemic. For 30 years, CDC and NIH have looked at this autism epidemic and say, we don't know we know it's not vaccines. We don't know what's causing it. Well, we're going to find out what's causing it. We're going to do that in a couple of months. And once you have the science out there, and you can tell the truth to the American public, two things happen. One is you give people choice. We're not taking choice away from anybody. If you want to eat Dunkin' Donuts or packaged foods, you should be able to do that. You're an American. But we're going to give you the information. We're going to make them put it on the label. This is going to cause ADHD.
I look forward to all the changes he's going to make. I really, really do. There's so much crap in our food. You know, if any of you guys eat relish, you need to stop. There's two chemicals in there besides yellow number 5. There's this other chemical. I'd have to look it up, but it actually causes intestinal immobility. So it slows down your intestines from working. It slows it down, which is not good. And that's the shit that they're putting in our foods everywhere. And people wonder why they are always sick, why we had an explosion of cancer rates, why we have obesity, the amount of sugar that goes into our stuff. Yellow number 5, I played a video of it the other night. Yellow number 5 is a byproduct of processing coal. Fucking coal. And they put it in our food because they say in small amounts it's safe. What the fuck is the purpose of putting it in our food? There is no purpose. They try to say that it's, you know, for preservatives or it's to make food look more appealing. That's bullshit. I'd rather eat something that looks horrific but is way good for my body. See, this is what I want to do, man. This is exactly what I want to do. This lady is my hero right now. She took a Trump flag and was shouting as she walked past a group of protesters. 100%. That's just what I want to do. Okay, so what is this here? This is saying part 6. I haven't seen part 1 of anything, or 1 through 5 I haven't seen, but this should be interesting.
What right is he taking away from women? He don't like your race. He will spit on you. He don't even like what right is he taking away from women? He don't like y'all. He don't like none of us. He don't even like his own race. What right is he taking away from women? Y'all still not answering my question. I've been asking for like 5 minutes. What was the answer? We answered it. Y'all brought up education once I asked that question. Because y'all don't even know what y'all talking about. Y'all just go on Twitter, look at what they say, and just run with it. Myron, you go on Twitter. I watched the debate. I heard everything. Y'all thought he was taking away abortions. He can't even do that. Myron, what debate did you watch? He's so stupid. Yes, please look at the Chromebook. So I want to see what right he's taking. Let me search it up. What right? Let's see what right he's taking away from women. Look at what he's saying. Let's see what right he's taking away from women. Let's watch it. Okay, let's see what he's giving you when he is. No, what right is he taking away from women? Let's see what he's doing for you. Because they said that last time.
The right to an abortion was overturned by the Supreme Court that Donald Trump.
Get that camera off.
It's not when you handpick three Supreme Court justices that overturned.
Nigga, it's not on you. You'll move it back.
Been law for 50 years.
Said it publicly, he's against that. And y'all also said Project 25. He also said publicly he's not going to do no Project 25. He's a liar. Do you believe him? He said, nigga, y'all only want Kamala Harris. Your body, my choice. That's what nigga. Why do you need an abortion? Why do you care about abortion? You're in high school. It doesn't matter. You're in high school. Is you getting pregnant? Is you getting pregnant? Did you get pregnant once?
I shouldn't have to fear that though.
Are you even a? You're probably a virgin. You're worried about the wrong things, yo. Abortion is number one on y'all list. We got wars. People trying to have war with us, and y'all worried about abortion.
Well, this young man gives me some hope for the future.
The Harris campaign spent over $1 billion in the election.
Look, this is really interesting as we're getting more information about exactly where all this money went. The Washington Examiner is today reporting that when Kamala Harris took part in a podcast called Call Her Daddy, which is a very popular podcast with women in America that often talks about things like reproductive rights, but also sex tips, they built a custom studio here in Washington, D.C. at a local hotel to film the podcast recording. And the Examiner's reporting that that set alone that you see here cost $100,000 US to build. So that would have saved Kamala Harris the time of traveling to Los Angeles, where the host lives, to take part in that. It's all coming out now about how this $1 billion was spent by Kamala Harris's campaign. They reportedly went $40 million US over budget in this campaign. They had about double what Donald Trump had for his campaign war chest after he had to fight the primaries, and also all those legal cases draining their campaign coffers. And a lot of Democrats are now wondering, what was the point of spending all that money when they ended up further behind than they were in 2020?
Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Wow. Just fucking, I'm just shaking my head here.
Republican Senator Mitch McConnell is already trying to undercut the
I'll give the video a second. There we go.
Trump agenda you voted for. Now, I said after Trump got elected that it was our job as conservative creators on this platform to hold the Republican Party accountable to do what they said they were going to do. We're going to start with that sneaky sack of shit, Mitch McConnell. So Senator McConnell has called for early leadership votes. He wants to hold a secret ballot on Wednesday to decide the Senate Majority Leader. And he's only allowing 3 people to run. Now, 2 of those people are completely against what Trump wants to do. They are completely against what we all just voted for, especially that fucking liberal John Cornyn. Now, out of these 3, there's only 1 that's on board with the agenda. There's only 1 that's actually going to help Trump accomplish everything he promised to do and everything we voted for. That's Senator Rick Scott. Now, anybody that's been following me for a while knows I have my own criticisms of Rick, but in comparison to those other 2, he's amazing. And most important of all, he is the only one out of those 3 who is actually going to work to push Trump's agenda. The agenda we all just voted for. If we install one of those other 2 as a Senate Majority Leader, this shit is going to get held up. All the bills are going to have to come with special favors for the left and for private organizations. The only way we're going to be able to actually get shit done is with Rick Scott as the Senate Majority Leader. Like I said, the election is on Wednesday. So anybody who voted for Trump and actually wants him to execute his agenda, you need to reach out to your congressman or woman. You need to let them know that you are not going to stand by and let them install some liberal to run the Senate. That's not what we voted for. We voted for the Trump agenda. We voted for the actual clearing of the swamp and voting out people like Mitch McConnell. But don't let Mitch McConnell put a stop to this before it even gets started. Because make no mistake, if he puts in one of those other 2, nothing is getting done. If he puts in one of those other 2, we might as well not even have won the Senate. And don't worry, we're going to deal with Mitch McConnell and those other 2 in the next election. But until then, they need to get the fuck out of the way and let Trump do what we voted for him to do. So contact your congressman or woman and let them know that, 1, you don't want a secret ballot. You want to know exactly who every one of these senators is voting for. Number 2, let them know you want Rick Scott. Let them know you want an actual Republican, not a liberal who just pretends so he can get elected.
Yep. So, if anybody is familiar with it, Appalachia is a disease where you can't grow hair on your head. You know, it causes baldness. I know a few people who have it. So this is a video of, and I was talking about this earlier in relations to that whole 4B movement. So you get to hear it from somebody firsthand.
I am not part of this fucking trend. Stop. Stop. There are people that have lost their hair, like me, and it has been devastating. You guys stop. This is ridiculous. I'm not part of this trend. Not part of it. I have alopecia. But you guys claim to be so caring and kind, but look what you're doing. You guys are not realizing that you are triggering people that have lost their hair, that have cancer. Shaving your head because you think you've lost your rights, you didn't lose your fucking rights. You guys are a bunch of fucking crybabies, just like I'm being right now, because you guys have started a trend that is now affecting people like me and people that have cancer. Good job, assholes.
Yep. Enough said.
Your gas prices are about to raise by 65 cents. Last night, CARB, which is the California Air Resources Board in California, just voted 12-2 to raise gas prices by up to 65 cents in order to disincentivize people from having gas vehicles in order to meet the state's requirements and what Governor Newsom wants for his carbon neutral initiatives. Now, this is a non-elected body. They are appointed by the governor, voted on this last night, and I honestly think that people were going to be distracted with the election. The national average of gas prices is about $4, and this would make gas go up to $7 a gallon. This happened last night. I don't know when this is going to roll out, but it's looking like up to 65 cents of an increase without you being aware or even voting on it.
When people are like, where's Donald Trump going to get all the money to deport millions of people? The same place you motherfuckers got it, to fucking bus them and fly them all across the United States, put them up in fucking hotels, give them fucking apartments, give them free healthcare, and give them $3,500 a fucking month on a debit card. That's where we're going to get it. We're just going to stop giving them that shit and throw them the fuck out. It's pretty fucking simple. You guys already wasted billions of dollars fucking getting them here. Yes, we're going to waste billions of dollars getting them the fuck out of here and getting back to being Americans.
I don't know what else to say. It's just perfect. So, I know, Danielle posted it. I may have posted it. I don't recall. We've posted a lot of stuff over the last few days. Elon Musk actually transported the Amish in vans to voting places so they could cast their votes for Pennsylvania, and I'm so thankful that he did.
We paid particular attention to the Amish community in Pennsylvania.
That's amazing.
Which is why
Had anyone ever gotten the Amish out to vote before?
Not in significant numbers. But the Democrats did make a mistake because there was government overreach, and with some of the Amish farmers.
Yes.
There's no such thing as like organic farming or not organic. They're farmers. They've been farming the same way for a long time, you know. And there was some government overreach that shut down some Amish farmers, which really, you know, made them pretty upset. You just need to be able to channel the fact that they're upset, and like, well, there's a thing you can do about it, which is called voting, and we're happy to transport you to. They're allowed to ride in vans, as long as they're not driving the van. So, you know, we're just making sure we bring them to the polls and they vote how they want to vote, which is going to be like 99.9%. Actually, call it 100.
Call it 100 at least.
Call it 100.
He said, yeah, these are raw milk producers.
You know, I'm really, really curious how much money Elon has spent during Trump's campaign to help out. I'm just curious what that number is. So we all watched the video of the football player Nick Bosa, who ran on to screen during a live television interview of another player with his white and gold "Make America Great Again" hat. And he ran on to into view of the camera, pointed at it, you know, did his thing, and bounced out of frame. He has been fined $11,255 for that. Now, if it had been a Kamala hat, nothing would have happened.
Nick, you could be fined for your hat. Do you have any thoughts on
I don't know. I haven't got one yet, but if it comes, it comes.
Did you know that going in that could be a possibility?
Yeah. It was well worth it.
Well worth it.
Why did you feel compelled to sort of express it?
I don't think my position on speaking about it is going to change. Clearly, the nation spoke, and we got what we got.
Nick, how did you enjoy last night? Did you watch the coverage? What did you think of it last night?
It was fun. It's a good time. Stayed up.
That's good.
Thank you.
Devo's gonna go today. If you guys need Devo.
Not a man of many words, but hey, cool stuff, cool beans. So apparently a Trump celebratory Kamala toilet paper. They did everything MAGA that they could for a victory party. Wonderful. Wonderful to see and wonderful to hear. So J.D. Vance says the U.S. could drop support for NATO if Europe tries to regulate Elon Musk's platform. So the Republican vice presidential nominee says Germans and other nations, not Russia, would have to fund Ukraine's reconstruction. J.D. Vance tells Europe, hands off of Elon, and Europe is paying for Ukraine's reconstruction. Man, they're not even in office yet, guys. Whew. So we have here a Mexican-owned restaurant in Wheaton, Illinois, received threatening messages from individuals claiming to represent tolerance and inclusion after displaying a banner that read, "Jesus is my savior, Trump is my president." 1 second.
After putting up a banner in suburban Wheaton is facing some pretty major backlash after putting up a banner showing support for President-elect Donald Trump and his faith.
The past couple of days have been a whirlwind for this Mexican-owned family business after putting up this banner, "Jesus is my savior and Trump is my president," one day after the election.
I grew up in Wheaton my whole life, so it was a little shocking, to be honest, because you know, you can have different opinions. That's fine. That's what America is founded on. Everyone's allowed to have their own opinion.
The owner of Movable Feast opened his doors 6 years ago, building their restaurant on their faith. And today it was bustling with customers, supporting them and their right to free speech.
I feel like we are who we are unapologetically, and we didn't intend to offend anyone.
2 weeks before the election, they put up this Make America Healthy Again poster. And since adding this banner, the owner says they've received more than 500 hateful messages and comments from customers, as seen in these screenshots.
They never have called me a racist, woman-hating pig, but when I put that sign up, all of a sudden, that's what people said.
The owner says business is actually up almost 50% since putting up that banner. Customers from different suburbs have been showing their support after hearing about the hate messages and death threats.
A lot of times people feel like they have to be silent. They can't support who they want to support. And they went out there and they put themselves out there. And I'm very glad they did.
Really what drove you is the negative reaction. And you just wanted to show support for somebody that stood up for something they believe and should be able to freely speak that.
I'm happy to see that this has resulted in, hopefully the opposite of what the ill-intended wanted.
The owner here overwhelmed and thankful for the support from customers from both sides of the aisle, whether they agree or disagree, and says he doesn't regret his decision.
Everyone can agree to disagree. That's a phrase that seems like it's gone out the window. But whether you agree politically or, even religiously with what I said, everyone's entitled to their opinions, and that's what we think, and we're proud to say it.
So we have here CNN attempting to mock Trump for referring to Elon Musk as a super genius. This is great, guys.
Nobody's smarter than Elon, but he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius.
A super genius. And of course,
I wonder why it didn't show all of it. Yeah, yeah, it just stopped all of a sudden. The rest of the clip was what Elon does isn't hard. It's not like it's rocket science. So, unfortunately, the clip stopped short.
Come with me while we debunk the left on the economy. The left has been saying throughout this entire election process that Donald Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did nothing to help out the lower class and instead only benefited the top 1%. This chart behind me is from the federalreserve.gov. This is distribution of household wealth from 2000 to 2024, and you can see that the poverty class increased in their wealth as well as the middle class and the upper middle class, which would be the light blue and the dark blue here. So now let's go over the numbers. So the bottom 50% right here, they went from 1.2 trillion to 3.8 trillion. That's a 216% increase in wealth. This dark blue area right here, which would be the 50 to 90%, they increased from 26 trillion all the way up to 47 trillion. That is a 80% increase in wealth. The 90 to 99%, which would be this light blue area here, they went from 36 trillion all the way up to 56 trillion. That would be a 55% increase in wealth. The 99 to 99.9% bracket here, which would be this light green area, they went from 16 trillion to 25 trillion. That would be a 56% increase in wealth. And then the top 1%, which is this dark green area here, they went from 11 trillion to 20 trillion. They had an 81% increase in wealth. But with that wealth, they were able to redistribute it down to the lower classes because we are employed by the wealthy. Also, GDI increased under Donald Trump's tax plan. When he first took office in 2017, we were at $74,000 for the median household income in the United States. Now we're going to look at pre-pandemic levels in 2019. He raised it from $74,000 to $81,000. Now that's a really good increase in wage for us. It did go down here due to the pandemic. People got laid off, so wages and real median income went down, but it has now popped back up to $80,000 a year, still under this tax plan. And just to show you guys that we are now at $80,000 for median household income. Now this is for 2023. We have not yet got the results for 2024 because the year has not ended.
Facts, man. Amazing how you haven't heard a single one of these reports over the last 4 years because they've kept it under wraps at how much they actually just demolished Trump's economy.
$1 million to interview her in September. $1 million. Now, if she thought she was saving democracy, she should have done it for free. Kamala scared donors by calling Trump a dictator, got $1 billion, then just gave it to her friends and blew the rest on being a diva. Kamala went on a podcast, remember Call Her Daddy? But she didn't want to go to their studio in LA. So she made the host fly to DC and used campaign cash to build a fake set in a hotel room. She spent more than $100,000 to build it. That set, see it? 2 chairs, a coffee table, and a bookshelf. That's 6 figures. Now, we looked at the set. We probably could have done it for around $6,000. That's without labor. But where'd the rest of the money go? We don't know. So she's still trying to soak folks for cash. 24 hours after the election, on Wednesday, Democrats got a text from the campaign. Urgent. We need help. Donate now. Help with what? You lost. This is how she's going to spend her donors' dollars.
Okay, so to my non-asshole white-passing men, how do we signal to each other that we did not vote for Trump?
All right, dude, we got you. Check this shit out. This is easy. Really easy to do.
So lay
I wasn't expecting that. Sorry, I had to kill it because of the music, but yeah, that's the best way. That is absolutely 100% the best way. to let each other know in passing that you did not vote for Trump. Oh, wow. Let's see here. What is this saying? So, Tarrant County GOP, the resolution for America's first U.S. Senate Majority Representative. Whereas the U.S. Senate must have a majority leader with a conservative voting record that represents Trump and the America First agenda. Whereas John Cornyn, who repeatedly has stood against Republicans and sided with the Democrats pushing omnibus bills that do not benefit Americans, is being considered as a top contender for this role. Be it resolved that Tarrant County Republican Party rejects John Cornyn as a possible majority leader of the United States Senate and encourages Republican U.S. senators to elect a majority leader that represents President Trump and the America First agendas such as Rick Scott and John Kennedy. Be it further resolved that Tarrant GOP chair shall share this resolution through every available press release and social media outlets and every Republican U.S. senator and senators-elect between now and the Senate majority on Election Day. So we all have a job to do before Wednesday, folks, and that is to call your senator and advise them that they are to, make way for a Trump first senator, majority leader. If you live in a Democrat state, I'm sorry, you're kind of SOL. But if you manage to have a Republican one, please, by all means, let them know that they need to vote for either Rick Scott or Kennedy. So, this same gentleman who made a great idea to that young gentleman to on how they can signal to one another. This gentleman right here has another great idea. Hopefully, music doesn't play again.
I'm liking what I'm hearing about the blue friendship bracelet movement, but I personally want something more permanent, more serious. I'm wholeheartedly devoted to what I believe in, and that's love. So can we come up with a tattoo and placement of that tattoo?
Say less, I got you, sis. Anyways, check this. Not only am I a tattoo collector, but I am a very good artist. I've been referred to as the new age Leonardo DiCaprio. Everybody knows the international sign of love is a fucking heart, okay? And with tattoos, bold will hold. Remember that. The international sign of love is a beautiful heart, like this. When times are in distress, what do? We turn things upside down. And with tattooing, it's all about placement. So right on your forehead that's a good... That kind of looks like a fucking nut. So that...
Oh, that's great. This guy's awesome. I think he's funny. But he's got to take that music out. Oof. That got me a little teary-eyed. That was good. That guy's got some talent. I'm gonna download that one. I'm gonna save that one. That was good. That was really, really good. Wow. You know, just you know, I was listening to him sing, and it was that thought that there's a real potential for God to come back into our country, and in such a big and profound way that it, man. And I know I don't have many people in here tonight. It's Saturday, and it's, you know, it's late. I get it. But I really hope that people are, you know, giving praise and glory to God on this, because this was all God. You know, it's according to His will and His plan, and you know, and I'll be honest, for a moment I was kind of stumped, because the way that the whole world has been unfolding, it was just this massive escalation toward all of this Bible prophecy coming to pass. You know, between Zechariah's flying scroll prophecy, Ezekiel 38 and 39, you know, the destruction, the potential destruction of Damascus. There was a lot that was literally right there about to happen. And with Trump's win, it puts everything on hold. It really does. It's not stopping anything, but it's gonna potentially put everything on hold for at least 4 years, at least. You know, is that how you know? Obviously, it's, you know, questioning God's will is, good luck on that one. You know, is this to harvest more? You know, everything happens according to His plan and His timing, and it just has it definitely threw you know, a stick into my bicycle tire here. I'm just like, wait, what? Boom. Trying to understand how anything that was getting ready to occur can still occur. If it is Trump, will it occur within the next 2 months while the Biden-Harris regime is still in charge? Or is there just this, you know, gonna be this 4-year delay because whatever God has planned, you know? It's a lot of things I've been questioning internally, and because I study eschatology, I am really, really curious on how the world is going to fit now that Trump is going to be in charge. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, nonetheless. So, hello, Matt. How are you, sir? I'm glad to see you in here. Yeah, exactly. All glory goes to God on this. It really, really, truly does. And I do hope that everybody is giving praise to God, because, oh my God, as big of a proponent as I am of the end of days, only for the sole reason that the closer we are to the apocalypse, to Revelations actually taking place, the closer we are to our Lord and Savior coming back, and all of us being saved, finally, you know, and getting out of the world as it is, the you know, because we all know the world as is belongs to Lucifer, and being free of it is my one true hope and my driving force for studying Bible prophecy. And I know that it's going to be a very difficult time for humans during that point in history for us, and people are going to hurt, people are going to suffer, but at the end of it, there is that freedom, that saving by our Lord, and that to me is worth all of the suffering. Um, the idea that people will no longer suffer, those who choose to accept Christ as their Lord and Savior. So that's where I'm at. And Matt, you had impeccable timing. Great post. Very well said. What? Okay, I don't know if this is fake news or what, guys. I'm gonna play this.
I heard on the radio this morning that over 2,700 people took their lives after the election yesterday. And that's not because of Trump or his supporters. That's because the Harris campaign and the fake news and the propaganda that they spread, the hate that they spread this entire election. The lies they told, telling people, Project 2025, he's going to take away your rights, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. When he's spoken against it, every single time it was brought up. Even at the debate, to her face, he told her, I have nothing to do with that. The Heritage Foundation, who wrote Project 2025, came out and said, yeah, Donald Trump had nothing to do with this. And she knew that. She fear-mongered people into voting for her because they thought that their lives literally depended on it. People still do, so much so that now they're ending their lives thinking that their life is over, that they're going to be losing all their rights. Like it's going to be like The Handmaid's Tale. It's so sad. The mental health crisis that we have going on in our country right now, and that her campaign did not help anybody. It made people believe this fairy tale that wasn't true. Donald Trump is the most pro-choice president as a Republican that we've ever had. The administration started a global effort to end the criminalization of...
Okay, so I'm looking into this, and like she said, she didn't know if it was true or not. I just looked it up. It's a lie. It did not happen. There was not 2,000 or whatever suicides after the Trump win, but so the Trevor Project, okay, the Trevor Project shares, post-election day, what's it called, it basically, the Trevor Project gathers all of the crisis data around the country after certain events occur that are impactful to people of the United States. So they do gather all the data, and they gathered the data on the Trump election results. So the whole point of the Trevor Project, if you haven't heard about it, is to try to prevent suicides, and they do primarily focus on the LGBTQ and younger kids, and they offer services. You can call them, you can use a chat feature, you could text them. It just offers a means for anybody experiencing some kind of mental health crisis to reach out to them and talk with people. So I'm not going to bash an organization because their focus is LGBTQ people, not at all. I think that's a great thing. I think overall people in the United States, due to such an imbalance in our food and water and the over-medication of people and just our overall culture, is causing this expansion of depression and anxiety and other mental illnesses that we see in society, that pushes people to killing themselves. Never did I think first world problems would cause people to want to off themselves. But again, this can all really be traced back to the moment that the FDA changed their rules and guidelines and policies, allowing more junk and shit to be put into our food and water. And if I've watched enough videos, you can actually trace to when that change happened, to when all of these things occurred throughout the United States, as far as the rise in obesity, the rise in mental health issues, autism, appearance, other mental health issues, um, severe diseases, the cancer boom, all of it. So everything is fully linked back to the FDA and the crap they put in our food, the crap they put in our water. So again, I'm not going to knock a program for what they are doing. But from my understanding, on November 6th, they saw roughly a 700% increase in, contacts made by individuals that were experiencing, mental health decline due to the election results. After they did a full analysis of the full day of post-election conversations across all of their services related to the election, they saw nearly a 5,200% increase compared to the averages leading up to election day. So that's pretty heavy, folks, for individuals to have such a response to an election. I'm sorry, you did not see suicide hotlines going crazy when Joe Biden won. None of us called it. We were pissed for like 15 minutes. Some of us may have had a drink or a beer, and we complained to fellow like-minded individuals, and then we went to bed because we had to get up for work the next fucking day. And we carried on with our life, and we may have had some conversations that next day and the day after with friends and coworkers and family members about how much this is gonna fucking suck. But what did we do? We moved past it. We kept pushing. We kept working. We kept living our lives. We didn't let it interfere with us to the point that we got suicidal. That's just a sad state and a very serious reflection of the issues that we have in this country, with 47, million voters who have no ability to regulate their emotions or their mental state. They lack mental strength to overcome, adversity. They just don't have it. And this again goes back to the whole trophy generation. You're gonna get a trophy because you participated. No, motherfucker, you shouldn't get a fucking trophy because you participated. You fucking lost. Take the fucking loss and learn how to lose. And that's what we're seeing today. This is a direct result of that fucking mindset. I'm sorry, my children have never gotten a participation trophy because I will not allow it. They lost, my son would lose at a baseball game, and I would tell him, you lost. And that is okay. The best thing for you to do is lose. Winning is fun and great, and everybody loves winning, but you know what? It shows a lot about a person when you know how to lose. And this is what we have to deal with, is an entire generation, several generations in my opinion, who were told that they still get an award, they still get the win, even if they lose. So they were never taught how to lose anything. They don't know how to handle it.
People did not choose grocery prices over your human rights. People chose grocery prices over your delusions that your rights were being taken away in the first place. Nobody is taking away your rights. Trump was already president, and he didn't take away gay marriage. He didn't enact a national abortion ban. So stop scolding working class people because they didn't prioritize your delusions over their ability to put food on the table. The people who talk so much about privilege don't seem to understand what a privileged position it is to be in, to be able to prioritize your own delusions that your rights are being taken away, to be able to prioritize that over your ability to put food on the table. I see so many people doing anything but reflecting on why the Democrat Party's message was such a resounding failure with the American people this election cycle. This was a sweeping red wave because people are tired of prioritizing fake issues. People are tired of coddling adults who demand that everybody prioritize their feelings over everyone else's ability to feed themselves.
100%. Oh my God. I love people right now.
Everybody they know, they gon' vote for Donald Trump, that's the way it goes. All over America, all over the USA, they voted for Donald Trump, that's what I'm trying to say. Election is over, everyone can see. Donald Trump is now the president of your country. Election is over, everyone can see. Donald Trump is now the president of your country. I want to make America great again. Woo! I want to lower the taxes. I want to bring all American business back from overseas back to the USA, baby.
There we go.
Ooh, yeah. Donald Trump is now the president of your country. Election is over. Everybody can see. Donald Trump is now the president of your country. Election is over. Everyone can see. Donald Trump is now the president of your country.
Oh, I'm loving people right now. I really, 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 truly am. Yeah, so I've been hearing some interesting stuff about Barron lately. Let me see if I can find it. I heard it earlier. Let's see here. So I don't know if it's true or not. Well, no, it is true. But President Trump says Barron is watching. He's the king of the internet. So from my understanding, and this came out from like Don Jr. and a couple of the others, literally Barron is he just scours the internet. And he shows his father everything, which in my opinion is a great intelligence strategy. It's actually something that I had to do in public affairs when I was in the military. We did surveillance across multiple platforms looking for anything that was coming out. So yeah, Barron was just apparently all over this. And just kept giving his father just mad amount of intel about so much related to the election.
And my children here, Don and Eric and Tiffany, and along with Lara, Kimberly and Michael, we have great people. We have Barron homies watching. That Barron is watching. He's the king of the internet. He's the king of the internet. Oh. Who was that? That's very nice.
This isn't just some collectible. These coins represent a movement. A movement.
Oh yeah, that's all fake AI generated crap. So if you guys ever see that coin stuff on Telegram and stuff like that, it's all AI generated. Yeah, just stay away from that stuff. Oh, what else should we got, folks? I know some stuff is going on all around the world. Again, a lot of our focus is here in America. If Kamala had won, we would have immediately turned our focus right back to international affairs. But since Trump won, we are definitely focused on the United States because this is I'm gonna call it. It's going to be a new frontier for all of us. So we had earlier, and I do believe that this is the reason why we heard that jamming taking place. So when you hear jamming, it's not always the enemy jamming. It's not. And let's be honest, when it comes to, you know, some of the channels that we do frequently listen to between 8992 and 111175, I know Danielle listens to a few other stations. These are active military channels that our military uses. Okay. So the jamming in all likelihood is us, because we're doing something, or one of our adversaries is doing something and we're helping. So it's not. I don't want to put a ratio on it, but I'm gonna go incline that more often than not, this is us, because we're up to something. We're doing the jamming. So when we heard that jamming earlier, a report came out, and an individual sent it to me. U.S. warplanes attacked Iran-backed Houthi targets in Yemen. This came out at 11:25 p.m. That was right, you know, shortly right after that jamming ended. Okay, so I just wait for the report to come out, and it's usually us. So we, Arizona, again, has officially been called in favor of Donald Trump. So this gives him a 312 electoral votes to Kamala's 226 or whatever it is. Yeah, 226. So we have here a state of emergency has been declared due to damage to the to a large Ohio bridge, the Hamilton in Hamilton County. I think that was that bridge that we were talking about a little while ago, that the fire had started at the playground underneath. I want to say that that's the same bridge. Yeah, following last week's fire in Cincinnati. Yeah, it was the same bridge. So they finally declared a state of emergency a week later. So this is interesting. Nearly 15% of the Air Force's B-52 bombers have been deployed across Europe and the Middle East. So again, making it to the election is just, every time I see something like this, it just makes January 20th seem a lot further out. And I mean, in all honesty, Trump has to make it to January 20th. Two, on January 6th, 2025, they have to certify the election. Just because he's won the election now, it still has to go through the process of being certified by the Electoral College, or the votes, and or the electors, sorry. Oh man, it's, oh god, I hate to think that they could try to sabotage it in some fashion, or prevent it, or deny it, or anything like that. So again, we got to make it to January 6th and get this thing officially certified. Then, which by the way, Kamala has to be present for that. She doesn't have the power anymore because the Democrats took it away from the vice president after January 6th and Mike Pence. So she doesn't have the power or the authority, but she still has to oversee the entire process of the certification of the presidency and the transfer of power. Then he's got to make it to January 20th. Right now, J.D. Vance and Trump cannot be in the same place together. Not until January 20th. They just can't be, because we have no idea what they're actually planning. And then that's my tinfoil hat moment. They cannot be in the same locale. They just can't do it. So... So, I got this up here. I wanted to play this. This is over here from Cat Turd. We all love Cat Turd. He's awesome.
Let's cross now to Barbara Honeyback, former Democrat White House staffer, joining us live from Brisbane. Barbara, do you feel any disappointment that Kamala Harris hasn't been able to become the first woman of colour and first woman to be elected to the presidency.
I am so disappointed and really insulted. I'm a Howard alum, and that she didn't have the decency to walk out and say something to her, you know, to her university, make a comment to the United States. Things were not looking well for her. It wasn't completely over, but short of a miracle, we knew which way this was going. And that she didn't have some grace. I mean, it shows us how classless she actually is, a sore loser. And even though it's painful for her, for the Democrats, I think America might be relieved at recognizing and realizing they don't have to put up with this any longer. And if this is what they were walking into, maybe it's better that it gets, you know, cut at the nip right now.
Well, she's such a poor candidate, Barbara. Yeah, she's such a poor candidate. Of course, she was a surprise pick for vice president as the running mate for Joe Biden, but he said he was going to pick a woman of colour, and she got the gig. She's never won an election of any substance. This would have been the first one if she didn't get a vote when she contested the primaries.
Man, that's pretty rough. That was rough. Oh, but it needs to be said. So, this is again from Cat Turd. I love Cat Turd. He's so freaking funny. I'm just gonna leave that up for a moment. I love it. Cat Turd superimposed his face on this photograph. Liberal tears. Oh, I love it. Love it so much. So I'm gonna post this here, and y'all can say what you want to say about it in the chat. I've been wondering the same damn thing. I heard somebody trying to justify the difference here. Of course, it was a liberal news media trying to say that it was an anomaly that so many people came out to vote for Biden. The question remains is where did all of those people go to when it came to making sure that Donald Trump never got office again? So we have here the U.S. presidential election, popular vote, Democrat versus Republican, and this is in the millions. Okay, so obviously we know the blue, represents the left, the red represents the right. So in 2012, we have here just a little over 65 million for the Democrats, and that belonged to Obama. He won 2008 and 2012. So we have here in 2016, Hillary Clinton did win the popular vote, but she did not win the Electoral College. And then we have here in 2020, so we clearly see the popular vote exceed for Trump here. Upwards of about 74 million, close to 75 million people. And then we have that really, really tall blue pillar that reached up to 81 million people. And then in 2024, here we are back to the Democrats being right on par with previous demographics, showing just slightly over 65 million people. According to historical data, obviously adjusted for those who have passed away and those who became eligible to vote. There's not going to be such a traumatic increase of 21. I'm sorry, not 21, but 16 million, give or take, people. There's not that large enough of a shift to explain 2020 And my question is where did they go for 2024? You can't tell me that they weren't going to come out and vote for Kamala to ensure that Trump did not get a second presidency. That was the whole reasoning that they gave for such an astronomical outcome in 2020 of 81 million people coming out to vote to Trump's, 74 something million. Those two numbers combined exceeds the number of eligible voters in the United States. So now that we've had this election, that should be able to lend some kind of credit that the 2020 election was stolen, shouldn't it? Maybe I'm just bad at math. Maybe I can't read a bar graph. All of that is possible. So we have here, this is in Brooklyn's Caravan, or in Brooklyn. This video is semi-upsetting. It pisses me off to no end. And unfortunately, there's no way to catch this individual. But this individual attempted to abduct a Jewish child from her father. Or his, I think it's a his. Yeah, it's his father. I'm all for those individuals being fixed the way we do dogs. 100%. I'm really more for the chopping block in that sense, but maybe that's a little too extreme in those cases. I personally think that fits, fixes the problem. Yeah, 2 plus 2 million, 2 plus 2 equals 1 million. So, Arizona officials were caught challenging the ballot were caught changing the ballot totals. Arizona officials caught changing the ballot totals as counting for U.S. Senate seat continues. Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Riker deposition transcript shows desire to make life hell for Kari Lake. Calls himself anti-MAGA in text messages. Now he's counting the votes in Lake's Senate race. Democrats are trying to steal 3 GOP House seats in Orange County, California, and the GOP needs immediate help, so we're hoping that the lawyers got in there. Apparently, they are warning to avoid homes advertising. I'm sorry, this wasn't a warning. Avoiding homes that advertise Trump. This was from a FEMA whistleblower who was ordered, that workers were ordered to purposely skip houses that displayed pro-Trump signs in the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. The House Judiciary Committee may publicly out Jack Smith's entire team of Democrat prosecutors. One could only hope. So I'm going to play this one, and this is 100% official confirmation that France has fallen. Paris is gone. Paris no longer belongs to the French. I don't even know if there's any French people left there. France is gone. Paris, I don't want to say all of France is gone. I think that people have been pushed out to the rural areas as more and more of the Muslim migrants have taken over Paris. But Paris now officially belongs to Muslims.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن
Like I said, if Trump had not won, Europe was a preview of what was going to happen here. We just got from a different part of the world. We were not getting such a massive influx of Muslims as we were being we were being reset with the Hispanics. But this is what has become of Europe, of Paris particularly. So I know one of our members here lives in Colorado, and they have experienced a pretty severe snowstorm. So we can see a lot of these semi trucks and vehicles that have skidded off the roads. Having lived in North Dakota for some time, I can vouch 100%. I have seen so many cars skid off the road and into those snowbanks and stuff. I never saw anybody get hurt. People just can't control the vehicle, so it just slides off the road if you're accelerating too much. So I myself have slid on ice. I hit a patch of black ice that was right outside my apartment complex. So when I took the right-hand turn into my complex at the time when I was stationed there, hit a patch of black ice, and there was nothing I could do. Couldn't control the car, nothing at all. So I just did the thing that I was told to do by my father, which was to hold the steering wheel straight, as straight as I could, and just, keep the car steady. Don't, freak out and hit the brakes, or or slam on the brakes, or hit the accelerator or anything. Just slowly start to apply the brakes. There's nothing that you're going to do to stop the car until the tires can find traction again. So I, slowly started to apply the brakes while I held the car straight as I could. So my car, as it went into the right turn, that's when I hit the ice, and I held the steering wheel straight, and my car just drifted to the left, and I slammed into the curb. I destroyed my A-arm on my left driver's side tire. So I had to get that repaired and stuff, which really sucked. But it's better than what could have happened. Hi, Rocket Man. I love the snow too. I think it's beautiful. And I love the crisp, cold stillness and the quiet and how it glitters. And I love the snow, but I don't like North Dakota snow. Okay. It is way too much, and way too darn cold. Okay. I can deal with cold. What I can't deal with is when it's, negative 30s and 40s and sometimes negative 50. That's cold. So, just, I love my snow, I love my cold, but it's got to be teens maybe, 20s, okay, 30s, okay, cool. I can deal with 30s. But I was stationed in Arizona before I got stationed in Grand Forks. So in Arizona, the hottest temperature that I have experienced here was 122 degrees, okay, Fahrenheit. Then I got transferred up to North Dakota, to Grand Forks. The coldest it was there was a negative 53 that I got to experience one winter. Okay, so can anybody do that math? Oh, that was, God, what was it? That's 50, that's 53, that's 153, that's 160, 170. That's 170 something degree difference between the hottest I experienced in Arizona to the coldest that I experienced in North Dakota. 170 something degree difference. 171, I think, degrees in difference between the hottest day in Arizona and the coldest day in North Dakota. Or the coldest night. So, more riots took place today, but they took place in Spain, particularly Valencia. Valencia is the people went out in protest demanding the resignation of the regional head following the I mean absolute devastating flooding that Spain has experienced over the last week. I've shown a few pictures. Keith, you know, you people say dry heat, and I don't know what context you're referencing the dry heat, but I promise you, anybody, dry heat is unbearable when it's that hot outside. I rather have humidity, having experienced dry heat of that magnitude. You can't breathe with a dry heat. You just it's so hard because you're just dying from thirst because that heat just it hits your throat and you're trying to create saliva to weten your mouth and your throat because it's just so suffocating. Dry heat is not fun. I know individuals who have health problems and everything else. Dry heat is absolutely great and phenomenal for them. I also know people that have health problems that the humidity is excellent for them. I can say, having been in one of the most humid regions back east in the United States and being in the dry heat in Arizona, I will take humidity any day. 100%. In Arizona, you can put lotion on your skin and you go outside and your skin is instantly dry and cracking again. Yeah, it's not fun here. There's no saving your skin or your hair when you live in Arizona and it's dry as hell out. I freaking hate it. I can't wait to move. So Biden, yeah, I reported on this last night. Biden is back in Delaware for yet another vacation at his beach house. He has spent 560 days on vacation during his presidency so far. We still, don't forget, we still have Thanksgiving coming up, and we still have Christmas and New Year's. So I'm pretty certain he's going to take a lot more vacation days coming up here. So that is a 40.3%, of his presidency that he has spent on vacation. 40%. That is 59.7% of his presidency that he actually was doing his job, I think. So I'll play here the riot protest in Spain. Give it a minute to download. Oh. So they're not particularly happy right now. So this little gem popped up on my feed. This is the Fed chair here. What's his name? I can't even remember his name right now. Jerome something or whatever. I can't remember. But he's head of the Feds, and I won't resign, and Trump can't fire me. So he's trying to claim that he's not going anywhere. And and just somebody in good old fashioned oh yeah, Jerome Powell, that's his name. Tell me, Mr. Powell, what good is being chair of the Fed if there is no Fed to chair? It's like, okay, cool. Yeah, you don't want to resign. You don't want to step down. You're saying I can't fire you. Okay. That's a Trump hold my beer moment. So again, I get these wonderful little gems that pop up on my feed. And I spend all day, even though I'm not, on here talking with you guys. I spend a good chunk of my day collecting this stuff to show you. It's great.
Have a projection to make in Wisconsin.
Yes, we can.
NBC News projecting that Wisconsin was won by Donald Trump, and therefore, as you see on your screen, we are now projecting that the next president of the United States is Donald Trump.
He will reclaim the White House. The 45th president of the United States will become the 47th president of the United States.
CBS News now projects that Donald Trump is the winner in Wisconsin. That gives him the number of electoral votes he needs to become the 47th president of the United States. This is an incredible moment in American history.
It is now official. CNN projects that Donald Trump has been elected president, defeating Vice President Kamala Harris and making a political comeback unlike any in modern American politics.
The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States.
Yeah. I'll never get tired of listening to those. I just won't. So, this is, again, same mural, but still great to watch.
You gotta see me that one. My girl just lost a day ago. Like, damn.
Yep. Took them less than a day to go out and start painting up her mural. So. Oh.
Good morning. It is November 7th, Thursday. And got my lipstick on today, so I'm a little bit more together. We're putting a plan together. I cannot live in a country that voted for Trump. I cannot spend another 4 years under that man. And so we have made the decision that we are leaving. We're putting a plan together. Our plan is to go back to Australia. And by back, that is where obviously Tam and our daughter Jordan was from. I'm working on immigration paperwork for spousal visa. I'll probably end up going over on a tourist visa initially because the spousal visa takes a while. I'll probably have to leave at some point and go to like Vietnam or Maria, and then come back to Australia, waiting for the paperwork to go through. But we're getting quotes on selling the house. We're getting ready. I'm getting quotes on moving boxes to Australia. We're getting quotes on moving our dog and cat to Australia. And we are in the process of selling everything. I'm hoping to be out of here by mid-January. So So that's the news. We've buckled up. We've made a decision. We are not spending any more time in America under Donald Trump. There's just no way. And I feel bad and sorry for all the women and all the members of the queer community that are still here, and what life would be like under that person. So take care of yourselves, and I wish all of you the best. I will continue to post videos as we get ready for our travel out of here, and as well as continuing my NASA days. Probably Saturday will be the next one. But I want to give you an update on what we're doing. So hope you all have a great day.
I don't know what else to say. I'm not going to say anything here. So I've been waiting to watch this one all day. I love when Whoopi melts down.
We're still here. People, when I got out of the car today, I saw mailmen, people with their kids. I saw people living their lives, and that's what we have to do.
Well, Whoopi, what you saw with your own eyes is pretty much impossible because at least for the past 4 years, every single one of you on this show, including your friends in the mainstream media, you told Americans that Trump is like Hitler. You compared his supporters to Nazis. You called him a fascist, a racist, a dictator. And now that he is elected, you're telling me that Americans are going on with their lives? Like, why are you even sitting here, Joy? You said if elected, Trump will put you and Whoopi in jail for being comedians. Unfunny comedians, I should add. Maybe that should be a crime. I don't know. But all of you are sitting here, and you are just fine. And that should not be the case if you really believed what you said about Trump. I don't understand.
Great little satire video. I love these so much. So, this right here is akin to the mental illness that has enveloped the left.
I would go as far to say that I would purchase a Glock, and if you and I are walking on the same street and it's dark out and you're a white male, you have to be white for this to count, okay? If you're a white male, even if you don't approach me, I will shoot you. Yeah, I know. So, has to be on the street, you and I, has to be at nighttime. During the day, not so much, but at nighttime, okay? And you have to have very white skin, and be a male.
Does she know she's white herself? I'm just curious, you know, like do they not have mirrors or something? I mean, judging by the way some of them look, and I try not to, but some of them, yeah, it looks like they don't own any kind of reflective surfaces, or they try to avoid them. Is she forgetting that she is white too? And I love this. This is how they were trained. Okay, this is their indoctrination: is that white men are evil, white men are the problem, white men are the enemy. Okay. Danielle, what's your source? Because if it's not AP, then so they're okay. They did a black media campaign to try to say that Gallego has won the Senate race, when only 87% of the vote has been counted, and the remaining votes, which is a few 100,000 that's left in Arizona, still hasn't been counted, because earlier it was still sitting at 87%. And I do know for a fact that Arizona was not called yet for Kari Lake or Gallego. Okay, the Senate race is still ongoing. There is a few liberal medias that are trying to, psyop this win. So I'm on AP right now. We still have a few 100,000 ballots that is left in Maricopa County. We are only at 89%. Yeah, the general news is wrong. 100%. Maricopa County is sitting at 89% of the votes counted, and still has a few 100,000 left to go, as well as Navajo County. Navajo County is almost there. They're a lot closer than Maricopa County though. So he's only leading her by 30-something thousand votes, and there's still, like I said, a couple 100,000. Now, I am not saying that he's not going to win, or that she's going to take it, or anything like that. We just know that there is some serious vote discrepancies, and I know that the liberal media is trying to do this. So AP has not called the election for the Senate race in Arizona. I do know that the liberal media, Fox News, or like you saw, the general, CNN, and there was one other that are trying to claim that he's won it, but we're only at 89% of the votes tabulated. And what we do have going on is ballot curing right now in the state of Arizona. So, I don't know the exact numbers on the number of votes that we have cured thus far. We'll get those numbers tomorrow, and they are also attempting to get a SCOTUS ruling to extend the ballot curing process because of the amount of votes that are still left to be dropped. Like I said, it's just, I think it's around 300,000 or 400,000 votes are still left to be counted for the Senate race in Arizona.
Worst vice president, you're the worst border czar. There's never been anybody bad like you. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. Get out of here.
Oh, that's so funny. So this is out from RFK Jr. I did not forget what Jamie Raskin said. Now, we all watched the Jamie Raskin video. That is the gentleman who is recommending that they refuse to certify the election on January 6th, citing the 14th Amendment, Section C, that anybody who has participated in an insurrection is disqualified or ineligible from holding public office of the presidency, vice presidency, Congress, and or Senate. That is who Jamie Raskin is. Democrats made it clear that they couldn't care less if Donald Trump won the election because they still will not certify the results, which means they will declare open war against America. So today we will see them come out as direct enemies of this country. Money laundering, human trafficking, adrenochrome, bribery, lobbying, inflation, taxes, etc. All these things the government has been doing to the American people will come to an end, and the three-letter agencies will no longer have the political protection to carry out psyops against the people of this nation and the world. They will try everything to defeat Trump, and will go into overdrive, trying anything to not go to Gitmo. So, you guys, during my rant, I was talking about how this entire election seems very off. The response of the left, Kamala's concession speech, Biden's, address to the nation. And I made it very clear that Biden seemed way too focused. He was alert. He was focused. He knew where to walk after he was finished. He didn't get lost coming off the stage. This individual here, this is a 3-minute video of Biden. I'm not going to play all of it, but the caption is Joe Biden is super sharp all of a sudden. So I wasn't the only one who saw it. I know a lot of people that did see this, and it was just such a profound change that it's kind of just making me wonder about a lot of things.
Yeah, it's good to see you all, particularly good.
Oh, I love the delay and the lag in Telegram.
Good to see my granddaughter sitting in the front row here. Hi, Finn. How are you, honey? For over 200 years, America has carried on the greatest experiment in self-government in the history of the world. And that's not hyperbole, that's a fact. We're the people. The people vote and choose their own leaders, and they do it peacefully. And we're in a democracy. The will of the people always prevails. Yesterday, I spoke with President-elect Trump to congratulate him on his victory. And I assured him that I'd direct my entire administration to work with his team to ensure a peaceful and orderly transition.
See, there was so much that was just off about his speech, his performance. Nothing makes sense. It just doesn't. So, this is also something that came out. Biden has failed to top up the oil reserves in the lead up to the election. And apparently the amount that he drained from our strategic oil reserves, they estimate it will take years to stockpile it. The Department of Energy last week issued another request to buy 3 million barrels of crude oil for the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Some analysis have feared that President Biden would tap the stockpile again to address any increase in gasoline prices in the lead up to the November 5th presidential election, as he did in 2022, which would end the DOE's effort to refill the SPR. Average retail gasoline prices in October were $3.14 per gallon, up from $2.33 when Biden took office in January of 2021. October prices were considerably lower than the $4.56 per gallon price drivers paid in the summer of 2022, and they never got above $3.84 per gallon this summer. So the SPR looks safe for now. The latest DOE purchase request, when filled, will bring the total amount of the DOE has purchased to refill the nation's energy stockpile to approximately 56 million barrels, according to the oilprice.com. Now, if Trump does what he says he's going to do, and he is going to drill, baby, drill, that's on day one, he's going to restart the Keystone Pipeline and improve numerous oil drilling projects within the United States and territories of the United States, including offshore drilling. He's going to expand it. He is going to make America 100% energy independent again. At that point in time, stockpiling the SPR will be of no great issue, but Biden did a lot of depleting of the SPR during his presidency in a bid to woo voters. So this one here, this is Joe Rogan with Elon Musk. Apparently Elon Musk had created an app that allowed him to know the election results hours before the results were announced.
It was interesting because the beginning of the night, no one knew what was going to happen. So you're watching the first results roll in, and there's like this weird thing. And then Trump gets way ahead, but you're like, you don't want to like get too hopeful. Like, how far ahead he's in? He's ahead by 100 points. That seems like a lot.
Yeah, and you're like, what is it? And some channels are like, and then every channel's kind of different.
Yeah, they had different numbers. I was getting a different number off my Apple News update than I was getting off of CNN, and then I was texting people like Tulsi and J.D. Vance. I was getting a different Apparently, Elon created an app, and he knew who won 4 hours before the results. So as the results were coming in, 4 hours before they called it, Dana White told me Elon was like, "I'm leaving. It's over. Donald won." He just fucking somehow or another.
I'm gonna go back into my pod and evaporate.
I don't know what he's getting, where he's pulling his data from, but he had like the most accurate data in terms of the rural states hadn't put the results in yet, but yet Trump was ahead in these states. Kamala's never going to win those states, so tabulated that and like put it all together. I don't know how he did it, but Dana. I haven't even talked to Elon about this. I don't know like the Dana translation, but Dana said he had an app, and he was like showing him. He's like, it's over. He fucking left. Dude just left.
It's over. John Jones won. Just saying that.
He just fucking left.
Dude.
Yeah, I believe it. I do. So for all of you folks, I stopped eating farm raised years ago. Any type of fish that is farm raised. I had seen this video on it that the fish that is coming from different farms across the world, whether it's Chile, Peru, Venezuela, or even in Europe, that what they do to these farm raised fish, they inject them full of stuff and then they throw them into these pens, and these pens are filthy. And the workers in these foreign countries are not really paid exactly well, so they really don't give two shits about really taking care of the fish. So this video right here is just a very, very good explanation of what is going on with farm-raised fish. So if you buy farm-raised fish, this is your official notification.
Let's look at vaccinations, arguably one of the most important advancements for farming livestock in the modern age, and the greatest leap forward in fish farming welfare since its mass adoption in recent decades. These are Atlantic salmon smolts being vaccinated at their Scottish Inchmore facility, one of the country's most advanced freshwater facilities. They start with an anesthetizing bath to knock them out. No one wants fish flopping around for this sort of precision treatment. Once they're out, these juveniles head around to be orientated upright and forward. Yes, fish flippers are a real machine. Then every fish is imaged, and this massive automated vaccinator positions each fish in line with its injector. This will administer a cocktail of vital vaccines as quickly as possible. And between its 8 injectors, this machine can vaccinate up to 18,000 fish an hour. Throughout this, highly trained technicians are monitoring the entire process. By the way, this process used to be done by hand, and at many farms it still is, which takes vets and techs weeks. Now vaccinated and still a bit groggy, these fish head back to the hatchery's tanks to recover and return to a normal feeding schedule. So broadly speaking, why are salmon farmers vaccinating their fish? Bacterial and viral diseases aren't typically an issue in the hatchery itself. It's a biosecure facility with little environmental interaction. Where fish will run into these pathogens is at sea. Salmon are transferred from these freshwater hatcheries to seawater pens once they reach a certain size, the same way they migrate in the wild. Ocean pens are obviously very exposed to the environment around them, which includes bacterial and viral pathogens.
So, there you go. And FDA regulations state that they don't have to tell you what they're vaccinating these animals with. Same with the cows and the chickens. So, I struggle to find animal products that are not vaccinated, or it's difficult because the FDA does not require that to be labeled on our products. But I do know for fish farming, just from the issues with the vaccinations to them living in the tanks, they are exposed to so much stuff that it makes them sick to eat. It does not do your body any kind of good. And the other thing is that they throw this feed in there that the fish eat that's laced with omega 10 instead of because fish is supposed to be a good source of omega 3s. This feed actually pumps them full of omega 6 and reduces the amount of omega 3 that the fish contain. So just a brief educational moment for you guys. if you eat farm-raised fish.
I disagree.
All right.
I think that I'd like to reframe the conversation. I think Bernie Sanders is wrong. I think the more relevant question actually is, what is wrong with America? I think what is wrong with our country that the Republican Party would choose as a candidate and support a candidate who is an insurrectionist, who is an election denier, who is someone who is twice impeached, 34-time convicted felon, someone who has been accused of alleged sexual misconduct by 26 women, found liable for sexual abuse. What is wrong with this country that they would choose a message of divisiveness, of xenophobia, of racism, of misogyny, over a message of inclusiveness, a message for the people, by the people, of the people. That's what the problem is. It's the Republican Party.
But can I
what's wrong with
say
America?
something before we can do a second? The Democrats are the ones. They are the party that cares for the blue collar
Exactly.
voter. The Democrats are the ones who put in Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, union protection,
ACA,
unemployment insurance, and Obamacare. The Republican Party doesn't give a rat's patootie about
clearly
it.
they didn't convince
Come on.
the voters of
So
yeah.
all I can deduce is that it's the messaging. It didn't get through to people. They're not paying attention. That's all.
Yeah,
because the Democrats have always been for the working people.
Exactly. And the Republicans don't care
I
about
think
it.
the message of the Democrats sounded elitist. You don't have value in the society.
They
if you don't
sounded
have a college
that way,
degree.
but when you look at the proof, they weren't.
but Joy, it's condescending. It's condescending. There is a
condescending.
The way that the left speaks to its voters. It really is
a message of joy and inclusiveness.
No, the message of not being educated, being dumb, and what's wrong with America.
Who said that?
Sonny just did.
What is wrong with
Joy,
America?
My point here is that
that's not what Kamala Harris said.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
My point is, I don't blame Joe Biden. I don't blame Kamala Harris. Go back as far as you want. I blame a messaging within the Democratic Party.
You don't blame the Republican
Party? Can I just finish my point, please? I obviously have a problem. Anyone has a problem with Donald Trump. The bigger question should be, yes, Sonny, why did they vote for him?
Yes.
In sweeping...
So they need to be introspective.
No. We need to be introspective. If we voted for Kamala Harris, we need to say, what didn't resonate with the voters? Do you know what didn't resonate with the voters? When they were saying we don't feel safe, and the left focused on defund the police and bail reform. Yeah. When they said we're worrying about... Can I just finish? Let me just finish real quickly. When they were focused on renaming...
It's only an hour show, ladies.
Joy, when they were focused on renaming schools, there were people saying, hey, students are destroying colleges. I paid for that. I sent them there. They can't learn. And everyone apologized for it and didn't want to attend to it. They also denied the border was a crisis and kept saying, no, it's fine. This is not a...
There was a border bill, though. There was a border bill.
Yes, but Joy, my point is they screened. They didn't vote for him because he's a racist or a misogynist. They voted because they needed help in their everyday lives.
But Sarah,
the majority of this country, because every stat coming out on the people willing to self-reflect are showing these.
Oh, wait, they're going to say I'm a racist and a misogynist in the exit poll?
You really think 74 million people are racist? Every racist and misogynist voted for Donald Trump. Not everyone that voted for Donald Trump was a racist and misogynist.
I agree with that.
Everyone swept. They swept every category, and the reason they did is to say, hey, guys, no excuses this time. Yeah.
Look,
they lost everything.
A country that allows its environment to be ravaged, its children to be shot, its wealth to be hoarded, its workers to be exploited, its poor to starve, its cops to murder.
So you think America's the
country in trouble?
So America's
Should we go to the next?
Trump is not going to make it better.
Anna, hold it for the next segment, right? We'll be right back. Hold it. Yeah.
Oh my God. They still don't understand. I mean, the chick in blue, she has some sense about her, but not a single person who voted for Trump needs to be, introspective of themselves. They knew exactly what they were doing and what they were voting for. I can debate these women so much in my mind. Everything that they ever freaking managed to conjure up in these little spiels of theirs. So, like I said, the woman in blue had it right. We want to feel safe, and the border is wide open. And the Biden-Harris administration denied it for years and did it on purpose. So that right there means you can't trust that individual, especially because she was put in charge of handling that entire situation in which she failed. What they seem to not understand is that the majority of us don't actually believe he is liable for rape of a freaking lady that I'm pretty sure probably never even met him. Whatever her name is, Jean Carroll or whatever. She had no evidence, no proof. You know, she claimed the outfit that she was wearing, it was later proven that that outfit actually wasn't released by the designer until years after the supposed assault took place. 34 felonies, absolutely. He is a convicted felon, 100%. And that pushed him so far up in ratings, it was unbelievable because everybody saw that it was bullshit. What they were able to do was they took things that were not even felonies. They actually changed the law to make those items felonies. And because this was done 34 times with his business dealings, 34 different business dealings, they took those counts that they just made into a felony status and stacked them. So it's literally like 3 or 4 of the same misdemeanor crimes that are now felonies that they stacked on top of each other over a number of his business dealings that panned out to being 34 individual felonies, or 34 individual counts that he was tried and found guilty on in an area that was absolutely biased against Trump, and he was never going to have an impartial jury. So he had absolutely no chance by a judge who is a professed Democrat and a Democrat donor who also donated to Biden's campaign, who his daughter happened to also work for, campaigning for Biden. So, ladies on The View, you guys love to spin the outward news highlights and talking points, but they never actually dive into this stuff to really examine it and explore it and to rip it apart to find the truth. And that's what journalism is supposed to be, is the pursuit of truth. And they don't do that. Everything that you see nowadays is not truth anymore. I don't even know what to call it. It's entertainment. That's exactly what it is. News today has become entertainment. It's not based on fact anymore.
The fact is that time is not on the side of the United States. The world is changing very fast. The world despises the Israeli regime. And the more the United States continues to support the genocidal airstrikes being carried out against families across Lebanon and the Holocaust in Gaza, the more the United States will be isolated across the world, especially since Trump is disliked across the world more than other US leaders, for whatever reason. So Trump has this major issue to deal with. On the other hand, China is not going to go away, and Russian demands in Ukraine are not going to go away. It's not as if Trump is going to be able to find an easy solution for his other problems. The problems in Ukraine will probably increase because if Trump capitulates to Russian demands, then he will be humiliated inside the United States. And if he does not capitulate, then the war will continue and things will get worse for the US and its allies. So the United States is in a very difficult situation. And we know that Trump opponents are going to go after him.
in the United States. The deep state is going to go after him. He has a lot of problems, and if he wants to intensify conflict with Iran, Iran is more prepared than it has ever been before. And Iran's allies in the region are much more prepared than ever before, whether it's in Iraq in particular or in Yemen.
Swear to God, if you idiots elect that demented man, I will burn this whole fucking place to the ground.
How did we get here? I'm done. I'm done.
I'm Don. Nice to meet ya. Having a little trouble with the fact I beat ya? I guess so. Music to my ears got me thirsty, though.
Oh, God. Just good fun all the way around. So, Jack Smith has asked Judge Tanya Chutkan to vacate all remaining deadlines in his case against President-elect Donald Trump. And he's bailing. He's running as fast as he possibly can. So I got just a couple more things for you guys, and then I'm going to call it a night because it's almost 2 a.m. here, and I know it is a lot later for some of you in other locations. So, again, I'm barely even scratching the surface of the amount of stuff that I have put up here, but oh yeah, there's so much.
Inside though, because as Gabe mentioned, you know, this administration message to millions of Americans that they're going to wake up the day after the election if Trump won and have their rights stripped away, that democracy would crumble, and the president said today we're going to be okay. So how do you square that?
I can't square that. I'm going to square that in a way that hopefully makes sense, because I've been answering this question multiple times. The American people made the decision. There was an election 2 nights ago. There was. And it was a free and fair election. And we respect the election process. We do. And Americans spoke. And so the job of the president is to make sure we respect that. The job of the president is to make sure that we have a peaceful transfer of power. That is what the American people deserve. And that's what we're going to, it's not complicated. It's truly as simple as that. As simple as that. The president called the president-elect, invited him to the White House. You know why? Because that's customary. That is customary. That is what you do. If you respect what the American people decided, that's what you do. And that's what the president's going to make sure that the Trump transition has what it needs, which is being led obviously by our chief of staff here. Why? Because the president wants to lead by example. It's not complicated. It really isn't. And, you know, that's important.
Is the message to people who are fearful based on what the messaging was about the state?
Well, now you're just twisting everything around, and that's really unfair. No, it is. No, Jackie, it's unfair, because I've been standing here trying to be very respectful to what happened the last 2 nights ago. Being respectful. I've been standing here saying that we respect the decision that the American people made. I've been standing here and saying that the president's going to put the American people first. I've been standing here talking about how the president's going to make sure that they get what they deserve, which is a peaceful transfer of power. I do not appreciate having my words twisted. That is, I have been very clear, very clear about what the president wants to do, and the vice president. We want to make sure that we deliver for the American people. They deserve a peaceful transfer of power, and that's what you're going to see. Thanks, everybody.
Yep, just couldn't answer the damn question.
Thanks, Brent. Picking up on that point just a little bit, earlier you said that the White House's view when it came to reproductive rights did not change from pre- and post-election. The president repeatedly referred to Donald Trump as a threat to democracy over and over again. And this morning, though, he said we're all going to be okay. So, was that just political rhetoric?
I mean, if you know the president, you know that him saying we're all going to be okay, he's an optimist, right? He believes when you get knocked down, you get back up. we lost, but we're not defeated, right? We suffered a defeat, but we're not defeated. And that is the president's optimistic nature. And it's very similar to the question that I just got from Karen. The president believes, as you asked me about the threat to democracy, believes in being an obligation to be honest to the American people. And we cannot forget, it wasn't, just really quickly, it wasn't just the president who was saying this, right? I mean, you had the former president, now the president-elect, talked about an enemy within, right? He talked about mistreating Americans who disagree with him, about terminating the Constitution. We heard from his former chief of staff, John Kelly. And let's not forget the former defense secretary, Mark Esper. We heard from them and what they had to say. So we weren't the only ones saying that. And the president does believe that he needs to be honest, has an obligation to be honest to the American people. Now we're in a situation where the American people have spoken, and we're going to respect the outcome of the election 2 days ago, because we have to respect our election system. It's important to do that. And at the same time, he's still a leader. He wants to make sure that he shows optimism, right? He wants to make sure that people understand that there is a tomorrow, right? There is going to be another opportunity to have your voices heard. And so that is very much quintessential Joe Biden, I think, if you have followed him and really reported up on him for the past several years.
To be clear, do you still believe that Trump is a threat to democracy?
I think that the president was very clear what he stated, and it was very honest. And what we are trying to do, and I get your question, what we are trying to do is respect what the American people decided. We're not trying to cause any divisions here. We're trying to be very respectful of what the American people, but again, when he spoke, he wanted to be honest with the American people and shared what he believed, and it wasn't just him. But right now, we want to move forward. We want to make sure there's a peaceful transfer of power. That's what the American people deserve.
Yeah, let's turn the page on this, folks. let's unburden what we have been burdened by. Oh God, and I cannot wait for her to be gone as well. She is so incapable of answering a question directly. She just can't. And I feel for her. I will be honest. Part of the journalism training in the military is doing exactly what she's doing, where you get up and you stand in front of people and you talk. It is nerve-wracking. It is very uncomfortable if you are not really big on public speaking. They put you through an entire, training on how to write these press briefs, how to answer questions correctly, directly, not to give information away that you shouldn't, as well as to provide just enough information to, calm the interest in a particular topic or event. So I do feel for her. It is a very, very difficult job to do. It is very, very hard. Heck, getting on this stream, I know it's sometimes it's a little I don't want to say nerve-wracking, but a lot of the times I feel flustered or frustrated because I can't get my exact thought out the way that I want to. And I'm the only one here talking. Maybe if I had other people to talk to, it would be a little bit different. But sometimes it's a positive, sometimes it's a negative. So I do have respect for the position that she's in. It's very, very difficult to do her job. But I'm also a person that believes in transparency and truth. And she does not embody those principles. And that's a serious issue for me. And that's where she loses my respect entirely as a person, as an individual. I respect the position she's in, just like I respect the position of the president of the United States, but I don't respect the individual who currently occupies that position because they have done everything they can to lose my respect. So that's just me. So this is my last video of the evening as we approach bar closure time in Arizona. So this is the late and great Rush Limbaugh.
We are not sunk yet. We will never surrender. We will never give up. Never, never, never. It's not who we are. It's not what we do. We never give up.
You know, I remember the day he died. I was at work. And at the time, I worked out at the old Chrysler Proving Grounds in Arizona. And I worked as a contractor for Apple as we worked on the autonomous vehicle that they were trying to produce that they ended up canning the entire project. I did safety management and such. I did a lot on the site, not going to go into it, but I remember driving around the site and I heard it come on the radio, the announcement that he had passed away, and man, my heart sank like fuck. If he could have only held on a little longer, or you know, if he had never gotten sick, how much of a voice we lost when he passed away. And don't get me wrong, I love Tucker. I love Don Bongino. I really, really enjoy Alex Jones, Glenn Beck, some of the local guys that we have out here. Just phenomenal to listen to, and they're great and they're wonderful. You know, Hannity, Megyn Kelly, all of them have something that is great and unique and interesting about them as journalists. But for me, there was only one Rush Limbaugh. There will only ever be one Rush Limbaugh, and the world got a little bit quieter without his voice the last couple of years, especially during the shit that we all had to endure under this regime. Excuse my language, but fact is fact. He made it you know, possible to endure daily what we were all going through under Biden Harris, and when we lost him, it was just it made the world that little bit more quieter. He was something else to listen to. Absolutely phenomenal. He did. He made so much sense. Yeah, Gutfield. Greg Gutfield is great. He is. But again, he's not Rush. Nobody, in my opinion, will reach the level of Rush again. He's just one of those that it just won't happen. You know, and we may get some voices that come out that you know, reach that pinnacle like he did, and they're great in their own right, but they just will never be Rush. So that's my final statement of the show this evening. We have a lot coming, folks. There's a lot that we need to be ready for. We need to be prepared. If you don't have a plan, make one. If you don't have supplies, start getting them. Don't panic buy. Just, you know, on occasion, buy a couple things extra and put them away. Make sure you have enough food, you have enough water, you have the means of protection. Come up with a plan for travel. Okay? If something happens and we can't drive cars, say they do an EMP burst, I don't know. Say that they, you know, they stage a coup and the military blocks the roads. You can't travel anywhere, you know. Hi, Colette. Make sure you have a plan. on even just being able to travel to wherever it is you may have a bug out location if it's not where you currently reside. Me myself, we actually in the event that we can't travel by car, we actually drove a back route through the middle of the desert. I ended up getting a flat tire doing it, but we drove it, and we mapped out a off-road path all the way to our bug out location. Our bug out location is about 187 miles from where I currently live. We mapped out all the way to our bug out location that cuts straight through the middle of the desert and mountain ranges. We stay away from all major highways, all roads, all paved roads, basically. We cross Highway 60 one time only, and that's just to continue on our trek through the middle of the desert and these mountain ranges. We know how to go that direction by car, as well as on foot if we had to. We also have, purchased bicycles that are capable of, handling the terrain between here and our bug out location, as well as travel trailers that we can hook up to our bicycles. So we have multiple ways of traveling in the event that something does, happen. So don't just rely on your current conveyance. Have another plan. Have another option to travel. And I promise you, traveling on foot, trying to carry any supplies that you have, is going to be tiresome and burdensome, and you're going to start dumping supplies because it gets too heavy, or you may not be able to take enough with you. And then you're put in a position where you may be without food, you may be without water, and if you're not near anywhere that you can restock yourself, you're going to be put in a very, very dangerous situation for yourselves and for your families. So try to have some way of transporting your supplies and yourself, your family members, if you have pets, and have multiple options of transportation that don't rely on a car. Like I said, when you go out shopping, do not panic buy. Just buy a couple of extra cans of something and put them away. Same with water. Buy an extra bottle or two of water and put it away. Just have enough that can get you through at least 3 months. At least 3 months. I've recommended going to either Sam's Club or Costco. You can buy 25 pounds of flour for about $10. You can buy about 25 pounds of rice for about $12. You can buy the large numbered 10 cans of corn and green beans for $5 a can, and these are the giant number 10 cans. These are the really, really, really big ones. You can buy one of those every time you go in, and eventually it increases, it stocks up. Go to Winco. Winco is fabulous if you have a Winco in that area. Winco is a place that they have the dispensers, so you can just pull off a plastic bag, and you can fill up the plastic bag and weigh it yourself, to the increments that you want, versus buying things that are pre-packaged, pre-boxed, whatever. So I do a lot of Winco things. I've been able to, buy pounds and pounds of items that we, may need between, sugar, salt, cornmeal, pasta noodles. It's a great source for stocking up on food. Weapons, make sure you have means of self-defense. I recommend having a machete. I recommend having a hand knife. I always recommend a firearm. You need a sidearm pistol and a rifle of some sorts. These are just recommendations. Even a can of mace. Like I said, you can get a can of mace for $15 at Walmart, and You know, that could be sufficient enough for self-defense. Just always have a way to be able to defend yourself. Have food stocked up for at least 3 months, food and water. Have the means of transporting yourself some way, somehow, that can also allow you to transport your supplies. What I have also done is I thought ahead, and I moved a lot of my supplies to various locations around my bug out location and buried them. Ain't nobody gonna find them. But we dug holes and we buried them, and I have safe and secure slots, or caches of supplies that I can rely on, so I can technically leave my house with very minimal, which is weapons, ammunition, and I have a box of MREs. I've already calculated the time it takes for me to travel from here to my bug out location based off of distance and projected miles per day between walking, bike riding, and obviously by car it's only going to take a few hours. So I know how much food I have to take and how much water I have to take based off of our means of travel, whether it's by walk, by foot, or by bicycle. And that's the only thing that I have to take besides my kids and my dogs. Try to minimize your life as much as possible so that if things ever do happen, you have an easier time doing what it is that you need to do to ensure your survival and your family's survival. Again, don't overburden yourself. Don't overthink it. It's all incredibly simplistic when you just break it down to the basics. Okay? How far do you have to go? How many people are there? How much is needed to sustain? Now remember, the human body, I know they base everything off of a 2,000 calorie diet a day thing and stuff like that, but in actuality, the human body does not need as many calories as people think. Some people can consume thousands of calories a day by eating some of the stuff that we have out. Depending on your size, your muscle mass, obviously the larger you are, the more muscle mass that you have, the more calorie intake that is required to make your body function. This is where it comes down to Darwinism and just the basic principles of evolution is that the smallest animals are usually the ones that survive because they require less to survive. That goes for humans as well. And no, I'm not advocating for evolution or anything like that. I believe in creationism. But biologically, on a biological scientific level, the smaller the individual, the less that is required, food and water wise. Okay? So the body can survive just fine on reduced calories. So don't think that you have to be preparing yourself 3-course meals or anything like that. You can literally have a piece of fruit in the morning. You can have a little bit of bread with rice at lunch, and I'm talking very little. You only need a cup of rice and one little, if you make some like flatbread, or if you make yeasty bread, you only need a slice of bread. A slice of bread and some of that rice that gives you enough carbohydrates to fuel your body for the next few hours until your next meal, in which you can have that exact same meal. You can actually power yourself through on 800 to maybe 1,200 calories a day, if that. It is incredibly possible. The body is built to actually fast for a duration of time. Okay? Your body can actually go several days without food because of the way that it is designed and the way that your fat stores work. So try to prepare, try to plan, do the basics, don't overthink it, don't go and panic buy. Just try to be smart, keep your head on a swivel, as Trine would say. You have to be prepared regardless of Trump winning this election. We still have a long way to go. And I'm sorry, I don't trust the left. I don't trust the elites, the deep state. They're not going to give up their power that easily. I'm sorry, they're just not going to. Because if Trump does a great job in his presidency along with J.D. Vance, who do you think's going to get elected next? The country wants stability and improvement and success and advancement, and if we get all of that through a Trump-Vance administration, Vance is pretty much a shoo-in for the next presidency, because the world, the country and the world really wants wants to prosper. Everybody does. So if they see it and it happens, they're gonna continue to want it. So the deep state's gonna do something. I don't know what. I don't know when. But make sure that you are prepared and really start to think about it. Research it. Look at the news. You can see the breadcrumbs. They're everywhere. Pay attention to the type of messaging going on. Sometimes things can be just so right in your face, but people can overlook it or block it out or just not pay attention, or that's what I've been doing for the last few days now, is I'm looking for these breadcrumbs that can paint a better picture of what we're potentially facing. People are feeling it, people are sensing it, people are acknowledging it. Now it's time to try to figure out potentially what and when. So be safe, people. If communication all of a sudden goes down, because again, that's gonna be the first thing to go, guys, is the ability to communicate. The internet will go down, your cell phone service will go down. Okay, so unless you're sporting a satellite phone, you're not gonna be able to communicate with anybody. This channel will not be on because the internet is down. And at that point in time, I'm out. Me and my family, we're out. We're going to our location because we know that whatever they have planned is imminent. The minute the communication goes down and it hits countrywide, something is up. So pay attention. Everything is usually fairly out in the open. People just choose to ignore it. So be safe, be kind, and as always, give glory to God, because if nothing does happen by the deep state, we're in for an amazing 4 years. Alright, folks. I'm gonna get some music playing. If anybody has a music preference, you are more than welcome to throw it up into the chat, if you feel so inclined. Oh, it's gonna be an interesting day. I don't know why. I had that little bit of an odd feeling earlier. It just kind of hit. It was just cautionary. A lot of the feeling I'm getting lately is very cautionary. And yeah. Yeah, a hatchet is a good idea. The survival books are great. The books that I have are more so plant identification books, which I think are vital to being able to survive until you can get your own gardens up and producing. The other survival books, how to build shelters and purify water and make fire and all of that other stuff. They're all great. You know, I got it narrowed down to just 2 books that pretty much encompass everything that I would ever need to know. But I grew up in the mountains, in the woods, playing. The half of my childhood was spent learning how to survive. You know, it's what we did as kids in the 80s. You know, you go out, you build forts. That's, you know, basically you learning how to build a shelter. You know, we learned how to hunt. We learned how to identify plants. You know, at least for that area, the desert. Obviously, I'm in a new area, so it's a bit different, plant-wise, vegetation. But, you know, I'm pretty confident in my ability to survive the outdoors. I just don't know my ability to survive man-made shit. That I don't think you can ever really truly plan for, just because the nature of it. Because you just don't know what any man is going to potentially do, so you can prepare for possible scenarios. But paracord is great, 100%. Yeah, paracord and a folded up tarp can mean the difference between life and death. Okay, I don't see any requests for music. So I'm just gonna put it on something that's a little bit mellow. Seriously. So I have the mic on one of the cameras, and I swear all I hear is call to prayers, like all damn day. All day. You know, Keith, I wish my voice was 100%. I'm actually still very scratchy. I just finished my course of antibiotics, so I'm not coughing near what I was. But I'm still having some throat issues, so I may end up having to go back to the doc and get a referral for my ENT. So
4, 3, 2, 1. NATO says count up.
تجهيز وحدات سكنية خاصة للنازحين والناجين من مجازر العدو الصهيوني في بيروت، والتحضيرات تجري على قدم وساق من أجل استقبال النازحين، وبالتحديد في المدينة الرياضية التي يتم تجهيزها وتجهيز وحدات سكنية خاصة بها لاستقبال النازحين الموجودين
دبی تا بلبک چقدره؟ خیلیه؟ خب این دبی شمال بیروت به سمت طرابلسه، درسته؟ 1 ساعت بعد از
کمتر. چون من همیشه میدونی با ترافیک میرفتم 1 ساعت.
17 تا شهید داره؟ یه من نگاه ببین اونجایی که بحث سیدا رو دارن مطرح میکنن میگن همچین یه خودرویی در سیدا مورد کنار همون سیدا رو گفتم باز باید گوش کن تمرین کن اینا رو قشنگ اونجایی که میگم سیدا باید ببین اینجایی که میگم سیدا همچین یه خودرو در سیدا فیکس و حرکتی بازی کردی بعد اما گوش کن تا میگم سیدا همچنین در سیدا هم یک آرام بیار آره یکم سریعتر باز کنید که چون مرتبط با این نیست بیاید پس چی شد آفر؟ اول که صحبت کردم اشاره میکنیم به روشن تو سیدا یه سی توضیحاتی میدم اونجایی کنه همچنین خبرها حکایت همچنین شاید این بوده که یک خودروی در سازی سیدا که گفتم بیا البته یه بگم اگر همزمان نگاه کنی من همون سیدا رو شنیدی بیا نه جوبایی این همینجا بشینی بد نیست اطلاعات چون میگیرم ازت یه صندوق اونجاست
آقا داره تنظیم میکنه میگه آقا تنظیمش کن
یا تنظیمه برو درست تنظیم کردم بود خراب کردی خودت برو ولش کن من بستم برو تموم شد
اونجا با این سی صحبت میکنی تو اینجا اینا رو
اصلا
عوض
هیچ ربط به اون
داره
چرا داره الان تنظیم بود اینا حواس بود که تو این قام نیاد
میرفت اتفاقا
نمیرفت بسته بودم باز میکردم برات یکم میخواستم برات
نه من تو میشستم بعدن که میرفت رو آنتن میگفت من متوجه نشدم
باشه
اول آخر
باشه
تو این اون چسبونی به لنز الانم نگاه کن دوباره باید نره
نه نمیره
تموم شدم اما اون دقیقاً داشت میرفت
وقتی که بسته میشم نمیرسه یکم میخوام چرخم
یه لحظه نه هیچ حواسم به این حواسم
میشه من خودم تنظیم کنم
نیومدی چکش کنی
آقا الان
آقا بگو تو درست میگی
آقا تو صورتت قشنگه این نخواست
الان
ولش کن نه دست بهش نمیذارم ولش کن
یه وجه جا رو نمیتونی کنترلش کنی این رو آوردم بهت دادم باز چیز در این بر خالیه ها
وسطی
این وسط من تکونده میکنم
وسطی بهت صدا بمید بگی صحبت کن
1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 سلام اینجا که من ایستادم واقعی ارزش بعد از اشارت کردی برای کارهای سنگین وام دادگیری تا به یک لحظه شاهد حمله جنگل‌های شهروند لبنانی در ایست بازرسی در واقع شهر سیدا مورد هدف قرار گرفت. یک خانواده یک برادر ها چون ایست بازرسی بود ماشین متوقف بودن در کنار اون یه اتوبوس نیروهای حافظه صلح سازمان ملل همون یونیفر اونجا بودن که نیروهای در واقع حافظه صلح سازمان ملل تعدادی زخمی شده 4-5 نفری زخمی شدن و نظامیانی که ارتش لبنان هم اونجا بودن اونها هم زخمی شدن. اما در منطقه شمال لبنان این که گفتم سیداد در جنوب بیروت هست و این جبیلی که میخوام اشاره کنم که ساعت 10 صبح به وقت محلی جنگنده‌های رژیم صهیونیستی اون منطقه در شمال بیروت 1 ساعت فاصله هست به سمت طرابلس جبیل بمبارد می‌کردن. متأسفانه 15 نفر از مردم کسایی که آواره بودن از جنوب لبنان اومده بودن شمال لبنان جبیل شهید شدن و تعداد زیادی هم
you're all I know. Oh, you're all I need. But it's complicated. I'm my own safe haven, and it's more the way you believe. And I'm stuck in between what I know and what I feel. Where are we so unsteady, baby? Tell me. And you see right through me, but you still know what I need. Why are we so unsteady? Tell me. Like a single flame, baby, light the way. We don't need to think about who to blame. It's just so complicated. Promises keep breaking, and I hate that you are all I need. And I'm stuck in between what I know and what I feel. Why are we so unsteady, baby? Tell me. And you see right through me, but you still know what I need. Why are we so unsteady? Tell me. Why are we so unsteady? Tell me.
يجدد المقاومون البيعة لدماء الشهداء والقادة. عند في يوم الشهيد من هذا العام يجدد المقاومون البيعة لدماء في يوم الشهيد من هذا العام يجدد المقاومون العهد لدماء القادة والشهداء وإكمال طريق التحرير والعزة والكرامة حتى تحقيق الانتصار الكبير على طريق القدس. نور الحاج، الإخبارية السورية من محيط الضاحية الجنوبية. لا بعرف كيف هيك
ليه عامل هيك؟ طيب يلا برجع لورا.
yes, the sleeping pills. Civil defense officials in Cumberland have told newsmen that murder victims showed evidence.
the downtown lights start to come out at night, we go insane, we go insane. And when I arrive, I start to lose my mind. I go insane, I go insane. 'Cause they told me you take too much. Yeah, I sure do, so I can feel that now. If they only knew how this was, yeah, they would too, just to feel that now. 'Cause I ain't got no favorite, I ain't got nobody. All I got ahead is a moonlit road.
نحن على مشارف الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت. أنا أسمع صوتي الآن.
Oh, I knew you would call back. You must be missing me so bad. When you left, you said that I don't deserve you, but I can see that you don't wanna lose what we had. Oh, you're the one that I need. Let's just take it slow and just breathe. Loving someone is not easy, you know, but it makes us feel alive. So we go with the flow.
me pongo, sí te escucho bien, ya me pongo en la cama. Muy bien. Gracias. A ti. el norte del país, un lugar que no es frecuente de ataques, resultó hasta ahora en los 27 en la localidad de Chiltey, 27 personas muertas y un número aún indeterminado de desaparecidos. Esto se suma a las masacres de ayer y antes de ayer en el Valle del Becá, que dejaron más de 60 muertos. Aquí va sumando la cantidad de víctimas y vamos llegando ya a 3.500 personas que han sido asesinadas por el régimen de Israel. Disculpen que la fonía me está afectando estos días. Hoy la resistencia habló, nos informó de un ataque de gran profundidad, 7 ataques a la zona fronteriza y 3 enfrentamientos directos en el territorio libanés. Con esto, israelí sin un cero éxito militar por parte del régimen que intenta invadir el país, que ya ha perdido por lo menos 2 divisiones, una de ellas aquí y que no logra ninguno de los objetivos militares que se planteó al inicio. Con respecto a lo que tú me dices, la resistencia está directamente relacionada con aquí hay mucho sufrimiento porque además hay problemas, carencias de tipo material a los desplazados. Yo he repetido muchas veces, están por las calles, en casa de familiares, a veces los atacan directamente a ellos, como un edificio que reporté el otro día en la ciudad de Marja, aquí cerca al sur de y un edificio donde había solo desplazados fue destruido por un misil. Este pueblo es un pueblo bastante duro en cuanto a las guerras, han vivido en guerra ya 3 generaciones, algunos me dicen lo que hay son treguas entre guerra y guerra, más que guerras en periodo de paz. Por tanto, la sensación general es que ellos no se van a ir, que van a volver a sus lugares. La muerte tiene un significado tal vez un poco menos, es trágico, pero es también revitalizador porque está la creencia no de que quien muere luchando por la libertad del país, por la soberanía, tiene un premio más allá. También hay algo sobre la fortaleza de todos estos ataques. Fíjate que la prensa israelí señala hoy que Haifa los vecinos dicen que ya no duermen, porque muy temprano de la mañana y todo el día, gran parte de la noche, los misiles de Hezbollah alertando, atacando la ciudad, reportando por lo menos los sonidos de las sirenas. No es el mismo nivel de impacto, por supuesto, que el ejército israelí es mucho más poderoso, pero el efecto es muy parecido de intimidación y de generar incertezas en la sociedad israelí. Una reflexioncita es, ellos dicen siempre los vecinos israelíes que cuando uno edificio, allí había un importante centro de armamento, un importante centro de mando, un equipo de radares, etc. Una serie de cosas. Yo he visitado decenas, Pablo, de estos lugares, decenas. Y nunca he encontrado nada de eso. Lo que sí he encontrado en todas partes son juguetes, libros, cuadernos de niños y mujeres, pedazos de zapatos, de cuerpo, incluso, como me pasó el otro día en un cuarto. Y nunca vi algún elemento que me pudiera indicar que allí había un depósito, por ejemplo, de armas. Entonces, nosotros no podemos desmentir lo que dice Israel porque no estamos en capacidad. Pero sí, esta vivencia creo que es importante para señalar que no necesariamente, que lo más probable es que todo sea una falsedad para asesinar y asesinar civiles, que es su especialidad, sin lograr nada en el terreno militar. This time, no, because you need this at this hour. Yeah, of course. One time came Germany. Please, I told them no.
This is Mesa with a test count. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is Mesa with a test count. Out.
There is not, as it were, nice love and nasty love, spiritual love and material love.
Well, anyway, she wouldn't. I just need some time now to get things clear now, to get rid of my doubts, to get rid of my fears. I just need some time now to get things done now, the things I love, things I want. I do what's best for me, what's best for you. But if you fall, who's next to you? I do what's best for me and best for you. I know it hurts 'cause I'm hurt too. I need another you. I just need some time now, need to figure out now if there's still a way for love. I just need some time now, need to think about now if it's worth the pain, if it's worth to wait. I do what's best for me, what's best for you. But if you fall, who's next to you? I do what's best for me and best for you. I know it hurts 'cause I'm hurt too. I need another you. What's best for you? But if you fall, who's next to you? I do what's best for me and best for you. I know it hurts 'cause I'm hurt too. I need another you.
Johnny, relax.
Don't say that.
يدمر المنازل تدمير منهجي ويقوم بحرب إبادة جماعية بكل ما للكلمة من معنى في يوميا نشهد هذه المجازر ليالي وليالي صعبة تمر على البقاع نتحدث عن بالإضافة إلى البقاع الغربي وأيضا في سلسلة جبال لبنان الغربية نتحدث عن مجازر في طرية وقصرنبة أيضا التي ارتكب فيها العدو مجزرة هذا اليوم. إذا هذا فيما يتعلق بآخر المجازر التي ارتكبها العدو الصهيوني. هنا في الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت تحليق مكثف ومستمر للطائرات المسيرة المعادية بالإضافة إلى خرق جدار الصوت على دفعتين أيضا في هنا في بيروت وفي الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت وفي العاصمة بيروت وفي قضاء كسروان وفي قضاء الشوف أيضا. أما هنا هدوء حذر يسيطر على الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت، لا اعتداء ولا غارات باستثناء الغارات التي ارتكبها وكان عددها 14 غارة شنت في مناطق متفرقة يومين على الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت وكانت غارات عنيفة جدا كان لديها بالإضافة إلى الغازات السامة والانبعاثات السامة التي ولدتها وخلفتها هذه الغارات. أصيب عدد من المواطنين بحالات اختناق في التنفس وأوصت وزارة الصحة جميع المواطنين بارتداء الكمامات المبللة بالمياه نتيجة تسرب هذه المواد السامة من الصواريخ والقذائف التي يستخدمها سلاح الجو الإسرائيلي خلال تنفيذ الأحزاب النارية بالأخص هنا في الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت. وأود أن أشير غدير أيضا إلى المجزرة التي ارتكبها العدو الصهيوني منذ قليل في دمشق وفي محيط السيدة زينب استهدف شقة سكنية أيضا يقتلها نازحون وفقا للمعلومات الأولية. هناك 3 شهداء أيضا وعدد من الجرحى وما زالت عمليات الإنقاذ أيضا ورفع الأنقاض والإغاثة مستمرة حتى هذه اللحظات. إذا هذا هو المشهد بطبيعة الحال. غدير طبعا سنعطيكم بكل جديد بالصوت والصورة وفقا للتطورات الميدانية مباشرة.
100 main codes.
Yeah.
I tried so hard, but I couldn't take your face out of my heart. I can't hold back these feelings I have. They are overwhelming me. When you look at me, I tried so hard, I couldn't take your face out of my heart. I can't hold back these feelings I have. They are overwhelming me. When you look at me, feel alive. Since you fill my mind with the light in your eyes. I'll never forget all the times we had. You're the only one I see. When you look at me, I tried so hard, I couldn't take your face out of my heart. I can't hold
ضرب.
Now the young ladies come to the Good night, honey.
Thank you.